And we now come to the general debate on the legacy of Jo Cox, and I call the Minister Alison McGovern to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move, in the name of the Prime Minister on the order paper, the debate on the name of the Prime Minister on the order paper on the legacy of Jo Cox MP. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an honour to move this debate on behalf of the Government. I thank Jo's family for being with us yesterday in Downing Street and for their incredible leadership and friendship. Throughout the past decade, Madam Deputy Speaker, they have all been an inspiration. Their tenacity and their guts have given us all strength, and Jo's children are more than a credit to her. I thank the member for Spen Valley, my friend, for everything. I thank her for her sheer, unrelenting energy. I thank her for deciding to come here, stepping into public life in circumstances that most of us can't even comprehend. I thank her for her dogged persistence on everything from the importance of physical activity for all to loneliness and community and access to green spaces. I thank her for building Jo's legacy and for securing this debate today. I am conscious that we meet today with events in Belfast causing fear and distress for affected children and their families. Hateful rhetoric is never just words, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has consequences. And I'm thinking of all of those who are dealing with the consequences, those who are hurt and those who are helping to care for people who need it. I give way to someone.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. I did not serve in this Parliament at the same time as Jo Cox, but I have served in this Parliament at the same time as my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley. And I just want to recognise on behalf of myself and the number of cross-party MPs that I work with and engage with, and that the honourable member for Spen Valley does, that she really does embody the legacy of her sister in terms of that cross-party more unites than divides us, and it's an honour to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for her words, which are absolutely spot on. 10 years ago next week, I was in Portcullis House next door when I received a message from the now Chancellor of the Exchequer telling me that our friend, Jo Cox, the then member for Batley and Spen, had been murdered in her constituency. It remains the worst moment of my life in politics. That someone so courageous and strong, someone small in stature but enormous in spirit, should be killed like that is as horrific today as it was in that moment. At the time of her killing, her loved ones and her friends decided it was she who should be talked about, not the person who killed her. Her life, her work, her beliefs are important. Helping her murderer achieve any notoriety is not. Today, we meet to put her legacy again on the record. Jo was a parliamentarian for just a year, but her life before becoming an MP had been so adventurous and so full, and she had already seriously influenced politics. So there is much about her whole life to talk about today.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Minister for bringing this forward and leading the speech and debate. I can recall well the Friday morning, I think it was in my constituency office, as the news broke, and I had immediately penned a letter, because at that stage Jo was still with us, although injured. I'd hardly finished the letter to unfortunately the sad news came through to say that she'd passed away. So to her sister, to all her family, we very much think of her, and our thoughts are with them, prayers are with them as well. But we always remember, as the Honourable Lady says, and each one in this House, I can't be here for the debate because I'm leading a debate in Westminster Hall, so I want to put these words on record. I admired her for her courage, I admired her for her advocacy for her constituents. No one doubted her determination. When she spoke, we were always moved by what she had to say. And today, 10 years later, we still remember her with a fondness. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. And on behalf of all of us in this House who have ever received the kindness of a letter from the Honourable Gentleman, can I just say to him that he embodies the more in common spirit, and we are so grateful for him for doing so. So, whether you are inspired as we all are, by Jo's work in international development, travelling around the world to stand up for women in the most dangerous environments, or the impressive physical challenges she undertook, or the manner in which she included people, whatever their backgrounds or beliefs, this is a story of a woman whose life may have been cut short, but whose contribution will be remembered and will continue always. And I know members across the House will share their own stories today, and I encourage them all to do so with joy. For my part, I will never forget being sat on those benches there during a turbulent time in Labour politics, when Jo showed leadership on the horrors in Syria, when far too many others equivocated or looked the other way. I'll never forget her sense of humour and fun, or her unrelenting hope that there was always something we could do. Much has been achieved in her name and in that spirit in 10 years, from the Jo Cox Women in Leadership graduates to the thousands of people who've been along to a great get-together. Her impact on the people of this country has never weakened.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Jo was an absolute shining star of our 2015 intake, and she was loved by us all and missed and remembered every day. But I'm pleased that the Minister mentioned Jo's work on Syria, which the Minister herself was involved in, and it just gives me the opportunity to mention that we worked together on that, and the fact that she is remembered, not just by the people in this House, but by people around this country. The Syrian diaspora community in Manchester, I know through my work with them, remember Jo very fondly. She's remembered by them and all the other vulnerable communities that she stood up for so passionately and so brilliantly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm so grateful to my friend for making that intervention, because you do not visit the Syrian community in Manchester without talking about Jo. She had that impact on them. Her foundation has led the way in campaigning for decency and civility in politics and taking forward Jo's pioneering work to achieve a public policy response to the loneliness epidemic. The Foundation have also worked in West Yorkshire to maintain the local constituency community work Jo did in Batley and Spen and beyond. Jo's concern for civilians, as we've said, in the face of horrendous war, led her to become the co-chair of the all-party Parliamentary Friends of Syria group with the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite me. In her 104 contributions in the House of Commons, she was a constant voice for the child refugees pouring out of the hellhole that Syria had become. She pioneered use in this House of urgent questions, particularly from the backbenches, to harry the government into action. With terrible conflict raging, threatening the lives of children and other civilians, we can only imagine how much more forceful the response of the House of Commons to these horrors would have been if Jo had remained here. Notwithstanding that, there are Syrian refugees alive and safe today because of Jo. That is a lesson to all of us about the opportunity we have to speak up in the face of outrage and indignity. And in addition to that, in the form of the Jo Cox Memorial Grants, her legacy reached around the world, helping 85,000 people, empowering women and preventing identity-based violence. And at her home in Batley and Spen, the 10th Run for Jo will also bring people together again for a day of fun and celebration. Madam Deputy Speaker, all these good things happened because of Jo. They didn't happen because she died. They happened because she lived. Her love was felt so far and so wide, and so is her legacy. Now, members will have their own contributions to make today, and I'm looking forward to hearing them all, memories and moments they wish to share. So I'll finish for this moment thanking the member for Spen Valley once again for securing this debate, and for all of those across this country who are determined that Jo's legacy will go on always.
The question is that this House has considered the legacy of Jo Cox. I call leading for the opposition Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak opposite the Honourable Lady, with whom I have worked extensively over many years on international development, thereby demonstrating one of Jo's core beliefs more in common. And the Honourable Lady, who spoke so movingly about Jo and encapsulated perfectly the essence of who she was and what a politician should be: decent, principled, clear and determined. And I'm delighted to see the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, who has secured this debate in her place. She exhibits all of Jo's brilliant qualities in fighting for the causes to which she is devoted, such as assisted dying, on which I'm proud to work alongside her. And the whole House recognises that on this very divisive issue, she showed incredible decency and probity in the way in which she pursued it. I can't quite believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we are commemorating a whole decade since Jo's life was brutally cut short. And 10 years on, it is just as painful to comprehend. Jo was both my colleague and my friend. We were different in our politics and backgrounds, but on the issues that we were both passionate about, we moved in lockstep. Like the Honourable Lady, I remember exactly where I was when the horrific event took place. Our paths first crossed when we marched together against injustice in Darfur through the centre of London. Subsequently, I met her in Sudan, in Darfur, in 2006 on 2 separate visits, one of which included the then leader of the opposition, David Cameron. Jo was a huge presence all those years ago, and I remember her also for her trademark scarves. I marvelled at the way she discharged her role at Oxfam in Sudan, supporting women and children and helping secure water for the thousands of refugees living in camps. I still wear the green wristband she gave me then as a reminder of the desperate plight of people caught up in what President Bush rightly described as a genocide. And yet today, 20 years later, Sudan is still in crisis, with ethnic cleansing practiced with impunity. Whereas 20 years ago, the international community, through the United Nations and the African Union, put military forces on the ground to stop it, sadly today, unbridled barbarism continues in plain sight, and the international community is doing nothing to stop it. And I'm sure the whole House will be grateful to the Honourable Member, our honourable friend, for leading a debate in Westminster Hall later today. Shortly after her election in 2015, Jo asked me whether we could team up to run a new all-party group, Friends of Syria. Without hesitation, I agreed. Syria was ablaze. She knew that I took a great interest in the Syrian refugee crisis from the backbenches, watching with despair as a situation which the Honourable Lady described so well got worse and worse. Jo was determined to use her experience and expertise to champion the dispossessed and felt we might be well paired to campaign together. And as she said in her maiden speech back in 2015, we are far more united and have far more in common with each other than the things that divide us. And we would do well to reflect on her words and especially her character. Fearless determination, unintimidated by tribal political pressures, putting the greater good above personal ambition, placing policy above party. And Jo and I worked closely together for a year until she was murdered. I loved every minute of it. We had a rather useful good cop, bad cop routine. Unusually for me, I found myself as the good cop. Needless to say, Jo relished the bad cop role, especially when confronting the villains of the piece. And believe me when I say she took no prisoners. On one occasion, we were taking tea with the Russian ambassador to remonstrate about the appalling crimes committed in Aleppo in Syria. The ambassador had recently complained to the Foreign Office that in the House here I had compared Russia's bombing of Aleppo to the Nazi bombing of Guernica during the Spanish Civil War. During the meeting, Jo did most of the hardball talking. And at the end of that, she had triumphantly reduced a seasoned diplomat to incoherence, laying bare his inability to defend the indefensible. I very much doubt he will ever forget that meeting. Today, we need more people like Jo. The climate 10 years after her murder is even more febrile and more divided. We have all seen the shocking events of this recently. And we must not forget that in the end, Jo was a tragic victim of those divisions. Her murder sent shockwaves through us all, and yet lessons have not been learnt. A few years later, the wonderful Sir David Amess paid the same price. And we must not forget also the MPs who were murdered before: Airey Neave in 1979, Robert Bradford in 1981, Anthony Berry in 1948, and my beloved friend and colleague Ian Gow on Monday, the 30th of July 1990, as he left his home at the Doghouse in Hankham near Eastbourne to serve his constituents, all murdered by terrorists while serving their constituents. Today we are witnessing more and more the consequences of polarisation wrought by fear and cynical exploitation. Divisions are growing, principled politicians are declining, and yet this debate underlines that in these dark days there is more that unites us, and that so much of the work we do in this place is not characterised by division. Jo would have been appalled by Boris Johnson's decision, first to vaporise DFID, and second, to slash the development budget. I suspect that she would have been even more incandescent to learn that a Labour government had gone even further. I have no doubt in my mind that were she alive today, she would have fought tooth and nail to stop it from happening. Unfortunately, very few people have put their heads above the parapet. For reasons we all understand, fear of missing out on promotions, facing demotions, and of generally rocking the boat. Politics is a fragile business.
On that point,
I will.
Give way. I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. The importance of international development aid cannot be understated. And would he agree with me that I recognise a need for a nation to be prepared to defend itself against all threats from outside and from within, but the funding for that should not come from international development aid? Would you agree with me on that?
Well, yes, Deputy Speaker, I do agree with him. And of course, development funding, international development, is the other side of the defence coin. And the two work together, and the role of soft power is enormously important in preventing conflict and war. So I do agree with him, and I see that the Leader of the House is with us today in this debate, and I hope very much that he will restore the old custom that once a year there should be a debate on international development in the House, in government time. When I next have a chance to get in on business questions, I shall perhaps ask him whether he will consider that. Madam Deputy Speaker, the passage of time will never erase Jo's memory, legacy, and her profound impact on those who had the pleasure of knowing and loving and working with her. I am looking forward to hearing contributions from many honourable members as we all take comfort in the memory of a truly wonderful human being.
I call Kim Leadbeater.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister and the Shadow Minister for their beautiful and thoughtful opening remarks today. And thank you to colleagues and friends from across the House for attending today during what I know is a very busy time in politics. It was ever thus. Thank you also to the many colleagues who have contacted me to let me know that sadly they couldn't be here due to other commitments. Your messages have been gratefully received. So today, 10 years since her murder, we gather to remember Jo Cox. Yes, the MP. And that's how many people do and always will think of her. But whilst being an MP is, of course, a very important job, Jo, like all of us, was so much more. She was a daughter, a mum, a wife, a colleague, a friend to many in this place and far beyond. And she was my sister. She was a very special person who embodied compassion, courage, and an unwavering belief in the goodness of people. A woman who dedicated her life to public service, to fighting injustice, and to bringing people together. Helen Joanne Leadbeater, I know, who knew, was born at Dewsbury District Hospital in West Yorkshire in 1974. She didn't come from privilege or political dynasty. She came from ordinary roots, and she carried with her throughout her life a deep understanding of ordinary people's struggles, hopes and fears. We had a great childhood, nothing fancy or posh, but we were always surrounded by love, family and friendship. We had two wonderful parents who gave us the freedom and space to find our own way in life, but the support and stability to develop the confidence to do so. We had a close-knit family and a wide-ranging group of friends. And of course, we had each other. And I've reflected a lot on our childhood over the last decade, and I am so lucky to have an abundance of happy memories. The early years, walking to school, climbing trees, pretending we were in the A-team, making up dance routines to Wham, and playing out until it was dark and we got called in for our tea. The teenage years and beyond, exams, holidays, parties, boyfriends, and on more than one occasion I've been very grateful that there were no camera phones back then. Or I'm not sure either of us, or maybe any of us, would have ever had a career in public life. We certainly had plenty of fun. But Jo and I also had instilled in us a core set of values and beliefs. Our parents taught us to treat everybody with respect, kindness and empathy. Simple principles like treating people how you would wish to be treated, listening to different views and perspectives, compromising when necessary, and agreeing to disagree. And sometimes, in true Yorkshire style, if you haven't got anything good to say, then just keep your gob shut. But these things weren't drilled into us. They were more inherently included as part of everyday life, and they stayed with us both throughout our lives. We were always both incredibly interested in other people and always had lots of questions when we met someone new. From a young age, we took great pleasure in hearing stories of people from a wide range of backgrounds. The differences were not a focus, but nor were they invisible. They were there to be cherished and celebrated. And Jo was genuinely one of the nicest people you could hope to meet. But she wasn't naturally confident. She was actually very shy when we were kids. And I'm always really honest about this when I speak to people, particularly young people and often women, because I think sometimes when we see successful people in public life, we assume that they've always been really confident and self-assured, with no self-doubts or hang-ups or anxieties. But in my experience, that is often not the case. Certainly not for me, and it certainly wasn't for Jo. When we were teenagers, she would ask me to ring up to order the takeaway or to check the bus timetable. And over the years, she worked incredibly hard to overcome her fears and doubts. And she made no secret of the difficulties she had settling into life at Cambridge University. As a working-class northerner, it felt like a world away from life in West Yorkshire, much like this place in many ways. We missed each other desperately and both felt acutely lonely. But in true Jo style, she stuck it out and battled on, and she was very grateful for the education that she received, and I think, more importantly, the strong friendships she made. Before entering Parliament, Jo spent years working on humanitarian causes, helping vulnerable people around the world. She worked for organisations that sought to alleviate poverty, defend human rights and support those devastated by conflict and disaster. Her politics were never rooted in power or glory, they were rooted in empathy and humanity. And when she became the MP for Batley and Spen in 2015, she brought that same humanity into public life. She spoke passionately about loneliness, inequality, refugees and community cohesion. She believed politics should improve lives, not inflame hatred. And perhaps her most famous words from her maiden speech in this place capture her entire philosophy. Her belief, as has been said, that we are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us. It speaks to something essential about our society, something in recent times we seem to be seriously at risk of forgetting. Now, I could talk all day about how great Jo was, and she really was, but you only need to look at the many tributes that came in from across the world when she was killed to see that for yourself. But it's always very important for me to remember that it was Jo, and more specifically her murder, that brought me to this place and all of us together today. Jo was murdered on the 16th of June 2016, just 1 week before the Brexit referendum and a week before her 42nd birthday. Jo had worked in some of the world's most dangerous countries, but she was not killed in some distant place, not in a war zone, but on the streets of her constituency, while carrying out her democratic duty as an elected representative, 10 minutes from where we live. Jo's murder shocked the nation. It horrified the world. It left our family utterly bereft, and it left 2 small children without their mum. And if I may say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, Those children are, of course, Jo's most important legacy. And I'm delighted to report that they are doing brilliantly. They are very like Jo in so many ways, and they are annoyingly good at everything. They're musical, they're sporty, they're academic, and they're really nice human beings. When they come up to Yorkshire, we try and find something we can beat them at, and we fail every time. They are very much in my thoughts today and every day. And as a family, we have ensured that they have been bathed in love for the last 10 years, just as Jo would have wished, and they are thriving as a result. We've worked incredibly hard as a family to stay positive and strong, and we've been supported by so many wonderful people who have done so many amazing things in Jo's name, which I will come on to. But this year, I feel we also need to address more directly why Jo was killed. We must be honest about the atmosphere in which Jo's murder took place. The Brexit referendum was one of the most divisive periods in modern British history. People were encouraged to see each other not as neighbours with differing opinions, but as enemies. Public discourse became increasingly toxic. Fear was weaponised. Anger became political currency. Complex issues were reduced to slogans, and compromise was portrayed as weakness. Of course, disagreement is part of democracy. Debate is healthy. Passion in politics is natural. Jo would be the first to say so. But what developed at that time went beyond disagreement, and it became something much darker. Social media amplified outrage. Politicians and commentators often chose confrontation over understanding because division attracted attention. Entire communities were fractured. Families argued, friendships broke down, trust in institutions collapsed, and in that climate, hatred found oxygen. I will.
And I'm so moved by her words about her sister, and I just commend her for her amazing bravery and courage to step into her sister's shoes and be an amazing MP for Batley and Spen. So thank you for your words. I was a contemporary, as some of you in this place may know, of Jo's at university. I'm just sorry that I knew people in common, but I didn't know her. But I fear that that division and hate that the Honourable Lady is just speaking about, which fuelled Jo's murder, continues to spread, and that the abuse and threats against MPs, if anything, is on the rise. And so I just wonder if the Honourable friend would agree that we must redouble our efforts to uphold civility in politics, to follow Jo's shining example, all members across this House. And I know the work continues, and I commend the work of the Jo Cox Foundation to support civility in our politics.
Thank you to my honourable friend for that intervention. As a fellow Yorkshire MP, it's lovely that you're here with us today, and I absolutely agree with what you've said. And you know, we reflect on that time in 2016, and to me, a lot of it is a blur. And I think to say that Brexit was responsible for Jo's murder would be simplistic, and it would be untrue. There's one individual who committed that heinous crime, a far-right neo-Nazi whose evil act was his and his alone. But things don't happen in a vacuum, and we cannot ignore the broader social and political atmosphere that surrounded it. Toxic rhetoric, scapegoating, and the dehumanisation of opponents all contributed to a society under immense strain. Words matter. The language we use in politics matters, because language shapes culture and culture shapes behaviour. When people are constantly told that others are traitors, enemies, invaders, or threats to the nation, eventually some individuals begin to believe that hostility and violence are justified. And tragically, we have seen that again in recent weeks and days. We must all call it out. And that is why remembering how and why Jo was killed matters so deeply. If we reduce her death to an isolated act, we learn nothing. If we refuse to examine the environment of anger and polarisation that surrounded it, then we fail both her memory and our democracy. And sadly, a decade later, many of the same forces are still with us, perhaps even stronger. Today, polarisation dominates public life. Across politics, media and online platforms, people are increasingly pushed into opposing camps. Nuance disappears, and every issue becomes a battle. Every disagreement becomes moral warfare. We see a growing blame culture in Britain. When the economy struggles, when public services let us down, when communities feel left behind, someone must be blamed. Migrants, politicians, the poor, the rich. The young blame the old blame the young, cities blame rural communities blame cities, and through all of this, we risk losing sight of our shared humanity. Social media algorithms reward outrage because outrage keeps people engaged. News cycles thrive on conflict because conflict generates clicks and views. Politicians can gain more support more easily by telling people who to fear than by offering difficult and complex long-term solutions. This constant division creates loneliness, mistrust, resentment and cynicism. It makes people feel unheard and angry. It encourages us to see one another not as fellow citizens, but as opponents to be defeated. This is dangerous for any democracy. A healthy society cannot survive if its people stop believing in one another. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to pay tribute to Sir David Amis today. Another colleague and friend to many in this place who was murdered by an Islamist extremist in 2021. His family and friends have been very much in my thoughts in recent weeks. We cannot allow ourselves to be divided by the evil actions of ideological extremists, whatever sick views they are peddling. And so the question becomes, what do we do about it? How do we honour the memory of Jo, not just with words, but with action? Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last 10 years we have seen an abundance of action in Jo's name. In the face of the worst of humanity, we have seen the very best of it, in so many ways, including, of course, through the work of the Jo Cox Foundation, the charity set up in the months after Jo was killed by her family and friends. Working on issues as diverse as the protection of civilians in conflicts like Syria, the promotion of women in all aspects of public life, and it's great to see so many sisters here today, loneliness and isolation, and the related work to build closer and stronger communities at home and abroad. The trailblazing work that Jo started on loneliness resulted in the world's first ever Minister for Loneliness, my good friend now and colleague Tracy Crouch, and the first ever government strategy on loneliness. The UK is still seen as a world leader on this really important subject, and I would strongly urge the government to update the cross-departmental strategy to ensure that we do not lose that reputation. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady very much for giving way. I'm sorry to say that I didn't know the Honourable Lady's sister because she sounds like a remarkable woman, but I am one of two sisters and I recognise very much the sort of family structure growing up that she describes. And I just wanted to say what a testament it is to Jo as a person, that having grown up in a family like that and known what the opposite of loneliness is, known what companionship and family is, that she thought first of people who didn't enjoy that. And I think it's a real testament to the person that she was.
I thank my honourable colleague for that intervention, and you're absolutely right. It's a testament to Jo's empathy, something that we could all learn from in this House. And if I think about what happened in Jo's constituency of Batley and Spen after she was killed, an amazing group of volunteers came together under the More in Common banner to ensure that our community was not torn apart by Jo's murder. It's a non-political group made up of people from a wide variety of backgrounds who on the surface may appear to have very little in common. It's a strange, somewhat dysfunctional family, but it works, and we've seen groups like this across the country. And they achieve some fantastic things, which Jo would have loved. The Great Get-Together is at the heart of this work and the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the More in Common ethos in action. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she's making an excellent speech, and her sister was an absolute legend. But I want to make a very light-hearted comment. Madam Deputy Speaker, as everybody knows, I'm the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Beer. And I was really honoured this morning to stand with you behind the pumps of the Strangers Bar with a beer which has been made in memory of Jo Cox. And I have to say it is for sale in the bar. But it is testament to the people that she reached and the lives that she touched.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. It was an absolute joy to be there, pulling a pint with you this morning in Straight. We didn't drink it, just to be but you know what we've done through the Great Get Together beer, and I'm very grateful for everybody involved in that, is show the power of our pubs and our clubs and the venues that we all have in our constituencies, where people can come together, share a drink, share a conversation, cross those lines of division, and just have a good old time. Because again, the Great Get Together is also about having fun. And I would love, Madam Deputy Speaker, to remind colleagues that they are all invited to the event in Speaker's House next Wednesday after Prime Minister's Questions, where we will have a great get-together event there. We'll be catered for by Batley's finest, Fox's Biscuits, and I do hope you can join me there. So thousands of events take place across the Great Get Together weekend. Friendships are formed, bridges are built, and communities are united in a way which is rarely seen. Nowhere more so than in Jo's beloved West Yorkshire. We've organised rugby matches, bake-offs, iftars, coffee mornings, and the annual Run for Jo, where hundreds of people run through the woods at Oakwell Hall in Birstall with live music, food and entertainment. And it's not about the running, it's about the coming together. Families, friends and strangers alike. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this year's Run for Jo takes place on Sunday the 21st of June, and the good news is you are all invited. I believe Madam Deputy Speaker will be over the moon. But you don't have to run. You can come and just enjoy the day. And do come up to Yorkshire, even if you only take part in my cheesy 80s aerobics warm-up, when I get to revisit my previous career as a fitness instructor. Leg warmers and leotards are very welcome. Boys. We've also got the beautiful Jo Cox Community Wood in Spen Valley. We've got the Jo Cox Way bike ride, which sees cyclists travel 280 miles from Yorkshire to London every summer. The Jo Cox Sixth Form Centre at Hetman Dwight Grammar School, the school where Jo and I attended and where Mum and Dad met and fell in love. The Place de Jo Cox in Brussels and the Rue de Jo Cox in Avalon in France. Jo's legacy spreads far and wide. So much has been done over the last 10 years to remember her and to ensure that her name and her values are never forgotten. But there is undoubtedly, as Jo herself would say, always more to do. And I believe we can and we must all play our part. We must rebuild respectful dialogue. We need to rediscover the ability to disagree without hatred. Democracy depends on argument, but it also depends on mutual respect. Someone who votes differently from us is not automatically ignorant or wrong or evil or beyond redemption. We must resist the temptation to caricature entire groups of people. We must challenge toxic rhetoric wherever it appears.
Would my honourable friend give
I
way?
would happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and for her amazing speech today. I also have sisters, and I can't imagine standing here and doing what she's done today. So thank you for your bravery. I never met Jo, but her legacy absolutely lives on through the member for Spen Valley. So some of our opponents would have it that Britain is broken, that we are at war, and that people don't care for one another anymore. And I think what the member for Spen Valley is showing is that there is a huge swathe of people across the United Kingdom, in Wales, where I'm from, and in Monmouthshire, my seat, that do care for one another, that constantly look out for one another and constantly support people and don't want the worst for our country. So would she agree with me that this thing about coming together and community is alive and well in our community, and we must all celebrate it?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I could not agree with her more. No one's pretending we don't have challenges. No one's pretending there aren't difficult issues to tackle. But actually, that is not the story of our country. The story of our country is all those amazing people we are here elected to serve, doing brilliant things in our communities across the whole country. And that makes it even more important that we challenge the toxic rhetoric wherever it appears. And that responsibility belongs to everyone. Politicians, journalists, broadcasters, online influencers, and ordinary citizens alike. We cannot stay silent when language becomes dehumanising or inflammatory. Freedom of speech is vital, but freedom of speech also comes with moral responsibility. We've also got to invest in our communities. Polarisation grows when people become isolated from one another. Strong communities create empathy because they bring different people together. Local organisations, youth groups, charities, libraries, sports clubs, faith groups and community centres, and we all have them in our constituencies. They all play a vital role in strengthening our social bonds. When people know each other personally, hatred becomes much harder to sustain. We must also teach critical thinking, political education and media literacy. Really crucial parts of our education. We live in an age of misinformation, manipulated outrage and online echo chambers. Young people especially need the tools to navigate a world where anger spreads faster than truth. Helen.
On that note, first of all, I never met the Honourable Lady's sister, but I remember absolutely when she was taken from us. And she is somebody that I admired and still admire hugely. And I think the fact that there are so many new members of Parliament in here this afternoon actually tells you a story that her memory is still alive and well, and we still hold her dear. To go back to your point about the children needing more education, the late Sir David Amos was very keen that we set up something called the Children's Parliament. And I'm very privileged to have been asked to be the chair of the APPG. And so I think there again, Jo's memory goes on, and hopefully it won't be just for my rather elderly generation, it will be for children, generation and generation afterwards. And will you agree that that is a commendable aspiration?
Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree, and I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and also for calling me a young lady. Having just turned 50, I'll take that. But she's absolutely right. You know, we need to do so much to support our young people who are growing up in a world with so many challenges that most of us in this place just didn't face. And we've got to encourage curiosity. We've got to encourage evidence-based discussion and thoughtful engagement rather than knee-jerk reactions to things. And we've got to remember that politics should serve people, not consume them. Politics matters enormously because it shapes lives, but when political identity becomes the sole measure of a person's worth, society becomes tribal and unstable. And finally, we must choose empathy. Empathy is not weakness. Compassion is not naivety. Understanding another person's fears does not mean abandoning our principles. Jo understood this. Of course, I'll give way.
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend giving way. I did not know Jo, but I do remember acutely the day when Jo was murdered. And I was working as a doctor across the river in Guy's Hospital, and I remember being unable to sleep that night. And I remember on the television, my honourable friends, the members of Ilford Northam, Birmingham Yardley, standing in the television cameras, mourning their friend. I do, however, subsequently had the pleasure of knowing my honourable friend and getting to know her. And she's a credit to her sister, she's a credit to her this place, and she's a credit to the way she has taken forward the assisted dying debate on which we have differing views. Will she agree with me that the space that she talks about, the toxicity she talks about, is a social media landscape now, much more than it was even 10 years ago. And we have a responsibility to not leave the next generation alone as they navigate that space. And we must be compelled as a government to regulate that space and to protect young children's impressionable minds in that space. And lastly, can I, as a teetotal doctor, just encourage everyone who is not bound by religious obligation to go and partake in Jo's beer, even perhaps the member who's absent today for Gorton and Denty.
I thank my honourable friend for his most marvellous intervention, and I thank him for wearing a beautiful coloured tie as well, which perfectly coordinates with the Jo Cox Foundation logo. But no, he's absolutely right, and he's such a valuable addition to this place, and I thank him for his friendship. She would have loved you. So, you know, this thing about empathy and compassion, it's just so important that we keep that at the heart of our politics. And Jo understood that better than most. She believed deeply in human dignity. She believed that people from different backgrounds could live together peacefully. She believed that Britain was strongest when it was open-hearted rather than fearful. That belief cost her life, but it must not die with her. If there is one lesson we should take from her legacy, it's this. Hatred grows when good people become indifferent to division. The answer to polarisation cannot be more polarisation. The answer to fear cannot be more fear. The answer must be courage. The courage to listen, the courage to speak responsibly, the courage to reject extremism in all its forms, the courage to defend democratic values even when emotions run high, and most importantly, the courage to remember that we belong to one another. In remembering Jo today, let us not simply mourn what was lost. Let us ask ourselves what kind of country we want to become. Do we want a society defined by outrage and suspicion, or one defined by compassion and solidarity? Do we want future generations to inherit division, or do we want them to inherit hope? That choice is ours. And perhaps the greatest tribute we can offer Jo is not merely to repeat her words, but to live by them, and to show in all our actions and behaviours that we really are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us.
I'll now call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Susan Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my goodness, how do you follow that? Thank you so much to the member for Batley and Spen, our honourable friend, for that wonderful tribute to her sister. I'm grateful to speak in this debate and to have the opportunity to honour the work and legacy of Jo Cox. Jo served in the House before my time began here, but I wanted to speak in the debate because of the way she approached politics, always understanding that we have more in common than divides us. In preparing for the debate, I looked at not just how she's remembered, but at the work that she actually did. What stands out is a woman who did politics that was practical, human, and rooted in the lives of people who too often went unheard. In her work on Syria, when she pressed this House to look clearly at the reality of facing civilians and to recognise that sympathy was not enough, she said, "It's now time for us to listen and to act." That, for me, is the heart of Jo's legacy. Not just compassion, but compassion turned into action. And this is the message we need to reflect on today. Too often we see how easy it is to create anger or mistrust, to develop rhetoric to tear things down. We see this today in those stoking racial hatred and religious division. It's much harder to make real positive change, but that's exactly what Jo did. The Jo Cox Foundation has carried the work on, and the Great Get Together is a fantastic example of that. It's not complicated. It doesn't ask people to agree on everything. It simply asks people to come together, to share food, to talk, to meet neighbours, and to remember that community works in all its diversity. We see that in our own constituencies too. And here I have to invite you to Sked's Garden on the 21st of June, where we're having a massive barefoot ceilidh, which everyone is invited to, as a free event. In Mid-Dumbartonshire, I see other groups like the Men's Shed, Apnagar, The Hive, Grace, Gavin's Mill, from heritage groups to community development trusts, offering people a safe and welcoming place to rebuild lives, reduce social isolation, and promote well-being at home and internationally. My own life took an unexpected turn when I became a full-time carer, and I experienced how important the support of community is. Jo understood that loneliness was not a side issue. It's something that can quietly shrink a person's life. It affects old people, younger people, carers, bereaved families, and many people who would never say out loud that they're lonely. Her work helped Parliament to take that seriously, and we should keep taking it seriously. We all have lessons to learn from Jo's example. We can disagree strongly, and at times maybe we should, but we cannot treat each other as enemies because of our differing views. We must look for common ground to build solutions on. The best tribute we can pay is not just to remember her, but to continue the work that she left for us. To encourage more women to choose to enter politics, to choose to listen, act, and build community, and choose to make our politics a little braver and a little kinder. Thank you.
I call Jessica Litz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't have any notes written down, really, because when I tried to write things down this morning, I just kept crying. And so I shall try and get through this regardless. There will be many brilliant things that will be said about Jo today, and the member for Spen Valley has given us much insight. And I suppose I want to start my remarks just where she ended hers, in that you have to live the values of the words, not just say them. And when I was reflecting this morning about my friendship with Jo, I saw that, like Jo was a doer, she was always trying to come up with a scheme of some kind or another, some of them ridiculous, I have to say. I texted the Minister on the front bench this morning. I said, we do have to remember that sometimes she was quite mental. That what I what I was able to reflect on was that she made me into one of her projects. When I arrived here, I did not know many people. Like, you know, I'm not the popular girl that I am now. I did not live in London. My family were at home in Birmingham, and I had been in Parliament one time before working in this building, and she made it so that I had somewhere always to go. She sought me out. She made friends with me. She took me to eat dinner with her family because I couldn't go home to my family. She invited me to events, tried to make connections for other people. There's been a lot of talk recently about the boys' club in politics, and we've seen a little bit behind some curtains. And what she definitely was trying to do was make a girls' club. And she would try and make sure that you were introduced to the right people in things that you were interested in, that she'd heard you talking about. If she had a connection, she wanted you to have it. But the greatest connection that Jo gave me was to invite me into her family. And to this day, the place where I go when I am sad or things are difficult or just because I fancy a drink and a celebration is I go to the moorings where Jo lived. And when I resigned the other day and I was all at is, the place I went was to sit with Coolin and Layla and eat a takeaway and do Coolin's GCSE homework with him, where I shouted Oxbow Lakes at him repeatedly, which apparently he told me yesterday wasn't all that helpful. But the legacy of Jo Cox in my life is that she gave me a family. She gave me a family to be part of when I was away from my family. And there isn't a time when things have been hard. I recently lost my sister-in-law, and the people who were there for me to make sure that I could help raise my nephews without their mom were Brendan, Coolin and Layla. They are the most important legacy that Jo has, and I am eternally grateful that in the moments when we first arrived here together, she tried to make sure that we had connections, that nobody would be lonely, that somewhere would always be available for you to have a cup of tea or a curry and do geography homework. And it is mundane, it's the small mundanity of kindness. And the way that her family have kept Jo alive in Coolin and Layla's minds is so phenomenal, that when they talk about her, and Layla yesterday making a speech in number 10 said, my mum was a brilliant mum. She was a brilliant member of Parliament, and she was a brilliant friend. And I know, because she told me, that her mum felt like she wasn't good enough at any of them. But the way that Layla remembers it, the way that she has grown up remembering her mother, is actually far more accurate than her mother had of herself. Far, far more accurate. Layla came out with me once to door knock in. They came down to, and it was really like, you know, trying to encourage young women to get involved in politics. So Layla came out with me door knocking one time in an election. And I remember her sat in the back of my car as we're driving to the meeting point to start this door knock. I think it was the West Midlands Mayor. I'm sure she was deeply involved in wanting to do that. But I remember her saying, a memory that must have been given to her. She said, when my mum was standing for her election, because we don't have the right accent, we had to be taught to say, vote for Jo. Just total delight in this little girl faking a Yorkshire accent whilst in the West Midlands. So I think that what Jo gave me in life was friendship and family that has endured to this day. And what she gave me in politics, which I think actually is quite rare still, is that you have to be courageous. You have to be brave. You sometimes have to stick your neck quite a long way out. And I often think in times, certainly around Gaza, I constantly just kept wishing, and I still sometimes send her text messages as if she's alive, wish she was here to talk us through those things in this house, because I just think, what would Jo do now? What would Jo say in this circumstance? And I can think of no better person who could be here right now in the politics that we face today than Jo. And for the member for Spen Valley, who in this circumstance, it's really hard for me not just to say her name, is in her remarks and what she put to us in this house today. It's not just a nice speech to hear. Yep. That is the embodiment of living like Jo and loving like Jo. We cannot, and it doesn't matter which political persuasion or flavour you do this from, the idea that everybody in here is some sort of over there baddie, that is the easiest political line. You basically, if the line that you have to tout to get likes, clicks and popularity is that there is some sort of shadowy institution in here of people who'll never understand the world, and that's why we're the better alternative. Or if you're out there saying the only reason things are bad in our country is because of X, Y over there. It used to be, when I was a kid, it was single mums. Now it's immigrants. Like, you know, it's basically the politics of stupidity. Any fool can behave like that. Yeah. There's no value in it whatsoever. And that is the politics, and we didn't allow it to creep in at the time because we didn't want Jo's death to be politicised. We wanted her life to be politicised, her legacy to be politicised. We didn't want to say and stare down what it was actually about at the time because we wanted to forge her legacy. And that was the right thing to do. And every single day in this place and outside, there are people doing the exact opposite of that, using people's deaths in order to sell their political narrative. They should be ashamed of themselves. If anything you say and do does not drive forward a good outcome for our country, do not do it. Yeah. Do not say it. Yeah. Yeah. She would be, like her sister is, a beacon in this regard. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I beg of everybody to be much more like the actual people in our country who, as my honourable friend says, are good. Yeah. Yeah. If we all lived more like Jo and we looked for somebody who needed connections that we might be able to give to them, who maybe needed a cup of tea and needed a place to call home away from home, there wouldn't be any of the division that there is today. I didn't meet Jo Cox on social media. I met her round a table with a cup of tea. I ask people to put these down in both politics and how we deal with our communities, pick up a cup of tea and live and love like Jo did.
Yeah. Sian Berry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to follow the wise words of the Honourable Member for Spen Valley and the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley, I think, who have really done a great job of embodying the various aspects of Jo that we are here to talk about today. I join all the other members in paying tribute to Jo's sister today. She is a great parliamentarian. She is admired across the House for the way she works so diligently and courageously on so many issues, many of which I have in common with her. And I am grateful that I've learned today that we also share a legacy of dancing around to Wham with our sisters. I will also be definitely trying the Great Get Together beer, but only after I've voted. I'm so appreciative of every single one of Jo's friends who are speaking today and who will speak, who shared their parliamentary careers with her. I feel so sad towards you all and so warmly, and the fortitude and work that you've all done in securing her legacy is absolutely huge. Now, in June 2016, I was not an MP, but I was a London Assembly member working at the old City Hall by Tower Bridge. And I remember how I heard about Jo's murder, of course, like everybody. But I remember particularly seeing Jo and her young family speeding across the Thames in their, what I called later, their plucky Remain boat. I have a lovely photograph, I didn't know was her until days later, of her and the family with an in flag going about, whizzing about on the Thames as part of Bob Geldof's rival flotilla in the final days of the referendum campaign. And that day I clearly remember feeling so delighted to have seen this example of good-spirited, memorable campaigning just outside my workplace. Obviously all that changed, and politics is supposed to be a way of resolving our differences creatively through communication, not through violence. And so losing Jo was an absolutely harrowing sign that this kind of consensus that many people were trying to keep going had at that time been somewhat shattered. We could have and can do so much better in the UK, in politics and in the media and online and in our communities, and by investing in what I would call the real resilience, the real antidote to hate, of keeping communities valued and well invested in. I think Jo's legacy, the most shining part of Jo's legacy, is undoubtedly the foundation that works towards that goal, that embodies her spirit and her work, as well as the incredible work carried out by the More in Common network to build up communities and to call for connection over division. 10 years on from losing her, Jo's More in Common message feels more vital and urgent than I can even say. The awful scenes we've witnessed this week, which other members have mentioned, alone serve as a brutal reminder of how quickly anger can evolve into violence when people are turned against one another in our communities. So finally, I wanted to talk about how the question of how the anger that killed Jo was seeded and how it grew is one that my predecessor, Caroline Lucas, thought a lot about. It led her to travel around the country in the months following the EU referendum to talk with people whose political views differed vastly to her own. Through that experience, she proved that Jo's now infamous words from her maiden speech in this place were absolutely correct. Of those conversations, Caroline has said, more often it was refreshing and reassuring because there was so much more that we agreed on than held us apart. Many people were angry, of course they were, but if you took the time to go and pay them the courtesy of listening, then common ground could emerge. As MPs, we do not, and certainly cannot, agree on everything, but we must always strive to seek... I will give one.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I worked with her predecessor in that time, and if I may, through her, send my very best wishes and thanks to her, and thanks for her for reading those words into the debate. It was a difficult time, and her predecessor played a full part in it.
Yeah. Many thanks to the Minister for that, and I will certainly be passing that on. As MPs, I will say we do not always agree on everything. This is part of our job to disagree, but it is our job to disagree well, with standards, with compassion and with ethics. We must always seek to find common ground where we can, and when we disagree, to do so with patience and respect, as Jo always did.
Wise Streeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to follow the member for Brighton Pavilion and to pick up on that last point, which I think is a challenge to all of us, because there's always a danger, especially when you're a politician and you aspire to a better type of politics, a better type of discourse. People go through your old media interviews, increasingly your social media timelines, and they say, well, what about that time? And this is the point, and it was true of Jo as well. None of us are perfect. We all aspire to be better, but the point is, you've got to work at it. And if it was the case that everyone behaved brilliantly all the time and were always the best versions of themselves, then we wouldn't have the challenges of division. And if it were the case that you can't change hearts and minds, and that people who are racist or prejudiced in another way, or brutal in the way they go about their lives, couldn't be better, then why do we bother with anti-racism campaigns? Why do we fight for equality? Why do we do offender rehabilitation? It's because we know that people aren't born perfect, but nor are they born bad. And the whole point of life is to try and aspire to be a better person and to leave something better behind us. And my goodness, did our friend Jo do that. I can well understand why the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield can scarcely believe a decade has passed since Jo's murder, because when he looks in the mirror every day, the same image is staring back at him. He hasn't aged a day. I wish the same could be said for the rest of us. And already in the short time this debate has been taking place, it is really nice when people get to their feet and open by saying, I didn't know Jo. Because you didn't need to know Jo. She always let you in. If you hadn't met her before, if you didn't connect with her in some way, or if you didn't have mutual friends, the door was open, she would let you in. And in the short time we're in this place together, I realise how lucky we were to have become friends. And one of my abiding memories of Jo is in members' lobby around votes, because she was never standing still. She was always running around and ducking and diving and bobbing and wheeling and trying to sort some deal out, trying to get some motion signed, some cause over the line. She was a real troublemaker in the best possible way. And I must say, it's hard following the member for Spen Valley and my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley, but they have given me courage today. Because 10 years ago, in the wake of Jo's murder, I was asked to say a few words in this House on behalf of all of us who were elected alongside her in the 2015 intake of Labour MPs. And I couldn't do it. I didn't think I'd be able to hold it together, and I feared I wouldn't find the words to do justice to what a truly wonderful and powerful woman she was, or to just how much she was loved and is loved by all of us who had the privilege to know her. My God, do we miss her? And her wisdom, experience and insight is so desperately needed now in our national life. And there is always a danger that when words are repeated often, they lose meaning or become cliche. And it's with that risk in mind that I want to dwell on those words now so well known from Jo's maiden speech, where she said, and I quote, "While we celebrate our diversity, what surprises me time and time again as I travel around the constituency is that we are far more united and have far more in common with each other than things that divide us." I feel exactly the same about my community, my home in Redbridge, as Jo did about her community in Kirklees. But Jo's words were never intended to be sentimental. They were meant to be challenging. More in common doesn't mean pretending that our differences don't exist. Jo knew they did. She represented a constituency of proud Yorkshire towns and villages with different histories, different faiths, different traditions and different politics. More in common doesn't mean a politics without argument. Jo argued. Yes, She was able to work across party lines, but she was tribally Labour. She knew that change doesn't happen because people wish for it or just because it's the right thing to do. It comes because people organise, campaign, persuade, demand and refuse to give up. More in common certainly doesn't mean a politics without courage. More in common demands it, and Jo had courage in abundance. Courage to stand up for refugees fleeing war, courage to demand action to protect civilians in Syria, courage for women and girls facing violence wherever in the world they face that violence, courage for the people of Batley and Spen, whose dignity and decency she reflected to the whole country. To be courageous requires strength. Jo was strong, but there is a difference, especially in politics, between being strong and being brutal. Jo showed us that courage and kindness are not in competition. They are two qualities that obviously run in the family. We are so blessed that Gordon and Jean gave our country two daughters to serve Batley and Spen and now Spen Valley. And my honourable friend for Spen Valley gives true meaning to those words, honourable and friend. In fact, it's a regular complaint of my mum's, by the way, that we use this language, because as far as she's concerned, there aren't many honourable people in here. She doesn't think I should be friends with them, but that's a consequence of social media. My honourable friend for Spen Valley has warned that our country faces increasing polarisation. Her family, including Brendan and Jo's two wonderful children, know better than anyone where extremism can lead. And my honourable friend is absolutely right. We face a choice about what kind of country we want to be. The Britain that I love and the England that I love is open, confident, generous and kind. Serious, but with a great sense of humour. A country that loves an underdog as much as being the top dog. A small island that has led the world in every industrial revolution and whose language and literature, songs and science are enjoyed throughout the world. That is the Britain that we have to fight for and stand up for. I think it is actually the Britain of the majority of people in this country. And we mustn't let others grab the microphone or indeed the social media feeds to paint a picture to each other or to the rest of the world that doesn't reflect the true nature of what it means to be this united kingdom. In the week that Jo died, she brought together a whole group of us down in Wapping, where she lived. And we had the most wonderful party together. There was a lot of laughing, a lot of talking, a lot of drinking.
Yeah.
Awards were given. And at one day we should publish the list of the winners and ask where are they now. And that was the last time I saw Jo. And it brings me to the point I want to end on about the political culture that we need to live by. We all came together as a tribe on that boat. And what was remarkable about the 2015 intake of Labour MPs is that we span the full spectrum of our wonderful, sometimes slightly dysfunctional Labour tribe. And in those moments of laughter, at a difficult time for our national politics, but also at a difficult time for our Labour politics, we were reminded in those moments of joy and laughter how much we have in common. When Jo stood on those benches over there and she looked at the other side of the house, she didn't see enemies. No. She saw political opponents. She also saw opportunities, because her politics was about seeking converts, not traitors, to try and reach across the aisle, where possible, to get things done and change things in a progressive and positive way. That's the kind of politics that we can provide when we collectively are at our best. And the tragedy is, in this information and attention economy, where it is the sensational that grabs attention, the most outrageous, the most divisive language or words that grab attention. The tragedy is that so much of what goes on in this place, the all-party parliamentary groups, the camaraderie behind the scenes, the way in which when you're going through tragedy in your own life, as I found when I was going through cancer, the kindness of this place is overwhelming. The country doesn't get to see inside that commons that we get to see every day. And we need to show more of that to the country, because they need to see in us what so often people see in each other. That is what makes this country a wonderful country to live in. I still believe that this country's best days are ahead, not behind. I think we've got a proud history, but then ultimately there's no hope and nostalgia. The purpose of our politics to be here is to be a better path to a brighter future where opportunity and security are shared by all. And we will build that future if we live like Jo, if we love like Jo, and we remember that we have far more in common than the things that divide us.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I did not know Jo Fox, and Jo Fox did not know me. But what I do know is that Jo Cox was my friend. This is a legacy we must not just honour with words, we must live in practice. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an opportunity to remind the country that of Jo's passion, drive, her reason for being, but for why she was in this place and why she is so deeply, deeply missed. I am privileged to speak in this debate, and I thank my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, my predecessor, my constituency neighbour, and a wonderful continuation of Jo's work and legacy. I salute you, my friend. I was elected in 2024, so did not have the honour to work with Jo. But, and I'm not saying this to cause any offence to any member in this House, but I feel I know Jo Cox better than I do many of the members in this House today. And that's not for the want of trying. I absolutely adored the description by my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley, of Jo being quite mental. I would qualify that, not to change what she said, but she was quite good mental. There's mental and then there's mental, and she was of the good kind. But I am, having been elected as a member for Dewsbury and Batley, extremely privileged to speak in this debate, because Jo was born in Dewsbury and represented Batley and Spen, the two towns that I represent as Member of Parliament, making it a real special honour for me to be able to speak today. The values that she embodied and championed, those of tolerance, fairness and kindness, still echo powerfully across our communities. Much has rightly been made of Jo's maiden speech, where she spoke powerfully and eloquently about how we are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us. It is an apt mission statement or a motto for this place. However, I do want to go back, having gone through Hansard, and think about what Jo says immediately before those remarks, which are now internationally recognised. She is because the remarks she said just before are just as important
even if less commented upon. She talked about how, and I quote, "Batley and Spen is a gathering of typically independent, no-nonsense and proud Yorkshire towns and villages. Our communities have been deeply enhanced by immigration, be it of Irish Catholics across the constituency or Muslims from Gujarat in India or from Pakistan or Kashmir. As we look at the unsavoury scenes that have unfolded across the UK from Belfast to Southampton in the past week, Jo's belief in the strength of diversity and in the power of connection has never been more important. Listening, respecting differences and building bridges where others might be tempted to build walls matters today more than ever. And it matters in this place. Because as we reflect on Jo's legacy, we must be honest about the marked deterioration in the state of our public life since her heinous murder. Civility, the basic respect that underpins democratic disagreement, has been under unprecedented strain and attack in the past decade. We see it in the abuse increasingly directed at elected representatives. We see it in the growing normalisation of unsavoury discourse. And we see it, perhaps most pervasively and drastically, in the digital spaces that increasingly shape our national conversation. Jo understood that vehement disagreement is fundamental to any functioning democracy, but she also understood that democracy cannot function without a basic sense of humanity and a willingness to listen to the views of others in good faith. And that is why we must confront one of the defining challenges of our time, the role of big tech and social media in poisoning our social fabric. Just referring back to some of the comments that we've heard. So confronting the wider ecosystem of public commentary from prominent political figures, media personalities and online influencers, where reckless or inflammatory language can help create the conditions for real-world harm. In the run-up to the periods of unrest in communities across our country, we have too often seen divisive narratives, misinformation, and the amplification of fear and grievance. Social media platforms have allowed such content to spread rapidly and without sufficient accountability. And why would they? Because every click, every like, every forward earns them more pounds, more dollars, and more money for their shareholders. The result is in an environment where tensions can be heightened, trust eroded, and in the worst cases, communities pitted against one another. Yesterday we heard about the violence and the riots in Belfast, where masked people, men predominantly, went around streets shouting foreigners out and going into people's homes and evicting them and setting homes on fire. This cannot be accepted, tolerated, or encouraged. So, if we are to honour Jo's legacy, we must be clear that freedom of expression carries responsibility, and that those with large platforms, whether in politics, media, or tech, must be held accountable for the impact of their words. Too often, we've allowed these platforms to become amplifiers of anger, division, and dehumanisation without any restrictions. A far cry from the open, respectful dialogue that democracy depends on. The Jo Cox Foundation has rightly called for more actions to reduce online harms. But we in this House must be crystal clear. Regulation has not gone anywhere near far enough or fast enough. Algorithmic systems reward outrage over empathy. They monetize violence and incitement to violence. Abuse and disinformation spreads faster than compliments and the truth. And anonymity acts as a shield for those who seek to bully and threaten. And these companies must be brought to heel, both for the health of our younger generations and for the health of our democracy and the health of our society. There is also a deeper, more insidious link between the toxic nature of online spaces and the growing crises of loneliness in our society that Jo was such a prescient observer of. The Jo Cox Commission on Loneliness put this issue firmly on the national agenda, and its relevance has only grown since. There are now 500,000 more people experiencing chronic loneliness than before the pandemic, with young people among the most likely to feel isolated. The evidence is clear. Loneliness weakens social cohesion, reduces trust, and leaves individuals more vulnerable to political polarization and extremism. So when people feel disconnected from each other, our democracy itself becomes more fragile. Jo instinctively understood that connection more than most other parliamentarians. That is why her legacy is not just about remembrance, but about the responsibility we have in this House and the other place going forward. Responsibility to rebuild civility in our politics and to calm tensions, not inflame them, both in this House and in our wider nation. Responsibility to strengthen the social fabric of our communities, not undermine them by pitting different groups against each other. And responsibility to ensure that technologies shaping our lives serve humanity, not damage it. That means taking seriously the call for a renewed cross-government strategy on loneliness, one that recognises social connection as fundamental to physical health, mental well-being and social cohesion. But it also means going further. It means holding big tech to account for the environments they create. It means embedding safeguards against online abuse and disinformation. And it means investing in digital literacy so that the people of all ages can navigate these spaces safely and critically. Above all, it means leading by example, because every one of us in this House has a role to play in setting the tone of public debate. I promised in my maiden speech to this House and to our nation that I would not deliberately say or do anything to harm any other person. And I try and live by that principle, and I apologise to members of this House and to members of our nation if in the 23 months that I've been an MP I have failed in that promise. But I will try to do better. Because we cannot call for civility while engaging in division. We cannot demand respect while tolerating abuse. And if we are to honour Jo's memory, we must embody her values, not just invoke them. That starts with recognising, as she did, that our shared humanity is greater than our differences. And it continues with the choices we make in how we speak, how we listen, and how we treat one another. So I end by echoing the words of the Right Honourable friend that went before me. We must love like Jo, live like Jo, care like Jo, and serve like Jo. Thank you very much.
Caroline Harris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And can I start by saying what an honour it is to be here in the Chamber alongside 2015 friends and obviously the member for Batley and Spen, to share my memories of Jo and to talk about her legacy in a world that, quite honestly, could do with a lot more Joes in it right now. On the 7th of May 2015, I was one of 177 new MPs, elected for the first time. 50 of us were Labour MPs. And 11 years later, 36 out of that 50 remain. But I have no doubt that if it weren't for the tragic and senseless act that took place that day, there would be 37 now. Jo was a fellow newbie back in 2015, a respected colleague and someone that I was proud to call a friend. She stood for everything that is right, and she was never afraid to share her beliefs or call out injustice. And my final and lasting memory of Jo is just 2 days before, when we went to her. She invited us at the 2015 intake to her houseboat to celebrate our first year in this place. And I don't understand why, but I'm almost certain I won the prize for the best accessories and earrings. Never quite understood why that was. But what I do remember is that we were greeted by a beautifully decorated chalkboard that the children had written, welcoming us to, and I'm getting choked thinking about that, welcoming us to their home. None of us could have known that in less than 48 hours she would be gone. The memories of that evening are so precious and remind me of what an exceptional woman she was. Opening up her home despite already juggling her responsibilities in Westminster and in Batley and Spen, with being a devoted wife, daughter, sister, and most importantly, a mother to 2 wonderful children. She was remarkable, passionate about everything she stood for, and determined to make our country a better place for everyone who called it home. It feels inconceivable that 10 years have already passed since we lost Jo, and returning to Parliament just days after her death and sitting on the benches opposite, listening to the shock and horror felt across this house is something I will never ever forget. Voices from every party spoke of how Jo was the very best of us, how her values were shared by us all, and how important it was that we all lived by her words. Jo truly believed what she said in her iconic maiden speech, that our diverse communities right across the country, we have far more in common than the things that divide us. It's a message that perhaps needed to be told more today than even from 10 years ago. And much of my work in this place over the last 10 years have been things I know Jo would have been really interested in. The ongoing campaign to encourage more women to stand for office and achieve a 50-50 Parliament. Standing up against abuse in public office, particularly of female MPs. Our campaign to improve menopause support services and healthcare in the workplace and in society. And I wish she'd had the opportunity to fight these causes with us, because her voice would have been one well worth listening to. And Jo always spoke with real conviction about the things that mattered most, and she cared immensely about those who felt targeted or isolated or alone. She celebrated diversity. She believed in the value of community, and she used her platform to be a voice for those who felt marginalised and silenced. Jo's legacy has written itself. Indeed, the very words she herself spoke in this chamber and beyond are just that. Hate and division should not be tolerated. Nobody should feel uncomfortable knowing that others are experiencing loneliness. If Jo's one voice on its own could get that message across so clearly, imagine the impact if we all used our voices together to spread those words of love and hope. In Jo's memory, I certainly will.
I forgot to mention a point. So, does she agree with me that Jo lived her life, she was the change she wanted to see, and that is a real example for all of us in this house and across our nation to follow in her example and footsteps, to be the positive change we want to see? Would you agree with me?
I certainly do, and Jo's Jo's vision is something I've tried desperately all my political career to live up to. In Jo's memory, 10 years on from her tragic death and ultimate death, I urge colleagues from all parties, even those who are not with us today, to remember what she stood for, to amplify her message, and to encourage others to celebrate the wonderful diversity of our country.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend in her reflections, and also, and it is the nature of this place, when the moment calls on us to rise to the moment, I do think that the House does, and I think that's been reflected across the chamber today. And we often say, today, randomly, be more like Jo. It's like it's just become part of our common exchange. I just want to say, though, particularly as a member for Spen, I would like to be a bit more like Kim. I think that the way you were the steward of a very testing private members bill on a matter that was so profound, that made all of us think about those final moments when our time comes to an end. The way you created a safe political space for people with all views on such a sensitive issue to be reflected, I think, means that you don't just say these words, you embody them. And I really appreciate that. So thank you for that. I think the reason why Jo's words really matter to us is because they challenge us to be better. You know, all of us come into politics because we have a desire to want to change the bit of the world that we care about, our community, our town, our borough, our city, the bit that we feel connected to, that we know can be so much better, but we often feel is held back from realising its potential. And so we come here to try and make a difference. But it's a fairly odd place, let's be honest, with its quirk and its customs. And I think at times we don't always give credit to ourselves about the amount of work that does go on across party, where we do pull together, we do work together, because that common interest, where members from all sides really care, I would say love, the place that they represent, is the thing that drives most of us in politics. And maybe if we displayed that a bit more, we would go on to build trust a bit quicker in politics and the ability of politics to make a change. So when I reflect on Jo's words, that we are far more united, that we have more in common than that divides us, it's not just an anchor, it has to be a challenge to all of us. And sometimes those can be quite small acts of kindness. They don't always have to be the big gestures. Saying hello to somebody walking down the corridor. If somebody sat in the tea room on a table by themselves, pull up a chair and join them. Or if members are feeling under pressure in their own constituency, and we all do it, and we all kind of try to kind of get through it ourselves and kind of keep our own house in order. But just reaching out and saying, do you know what, I saw what was going on in your town, your city, and I was thinking about you, goes a long way just to knowing that we're not isolated. Because actually many of us, when we come down here, are away from our support networks, our family who love us aren't there when we go back to our accommodation at night. And so the people that we rely on are generally the people in this place, and I think sometimes that bit of decency means far more. And I know that when I eventually move on to a different place, I'll reflect on my time in Parliament, and of course I'll think about, hopefully, the big things that I was able to achieve with the kind of special privilege of being an MP. But I honestly reflect back on those small moments of kindness that make me realise why I was in politics to begin with. So I think we can all do that a bit more in what we do. There was a lot from Jo's election. Actually, I came into Parliament in a by-election. And a by-election is a very weird thing, and a number of you will know that, where you're kind of caught in a storm of the noise, where hundreds and thousands of people descend on your town. My wishes were the people of Makerfield at this time. And it's all a complete, I would say circus, but I don't quite give it credit really. It's inspiring that so many people rally to get you over the line, but of course you soon realise you were mere a legal necessity, a name required on the ballot paper, and you kind of arrive here amongst your new friends, and you'll try to wonder where your locker is, how do you get your IT to work, and the rest of it. And Jo was one of a number of people that reached out to me as a by-election candidate and invited me to the party on the houseboat to make me feel included, a part of an intake that I wasn't part of. And that's who she was. She didn't know me any more than anybody else did in this place. I hadn't met her before, but she made an effort to reach out. And I can't say how much that meant to me coming in here. And I see friends in the chamber who did the same, and hopefully you feel that at times I've repaid that too, because I think being a good person in this place goes quite a long way. I also feel as though the reason why More in Common maybe strikes a note today is that because it should endure and it just feels self-evident, of course we have more in common. You know, whatever troubles that we have in our country, in the place that we call home, our futures are bound together. And if we don't have a shared common endeavour in that, then what else have we got in common, if not the future for ourselves and our families? But in politics, it feels more contested today than it's ever before. And it's not because we have less in common, but it's because a lot of the political debate that goes on is all-consuming about what difference there is and what divides us. Too often our politics encourage us to see what separates us before we see what binds us together. And at times, those who take a different view are not treated as simply having a different perspective, experience, background. They come maybe at an issue from a different way, but they're treated as wrong and somehow lesser. Jo understood that politics involved disagreement. She would never have pretended that there weren't difficult issues to confront, but she also understood that words matter, that those in positions of influence have a responsibility not merely to represent divisions within society, but to lead people through them. Many members in this place, our mayors, our councillors, will all have their own experiences which illustrate just how toxic parts of our political environment have become. Threats are, of course, a giveaway.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I'm really sorry to not have known Jo, because she seems like someone who I would have got on incredibly well with, and I'm only delighted that I've got to know her sister, a member for Batley and Spen, and that we've managed to work cross-party on a number of issues. I know she would have campaigned on similar issues like Vorg, and recently we had some awful protests in Epsom which were hijacked. They were about women's safety, and they were hijacked by the far right. And rather than being peaceful, they were violent and attacked a house that housed vulnerable adults as they were trying to find immigrants. So does my honourable friend agree with me that today more than ever, we must come together? Because as he mentioned, we need to discuss, we need to debate the differences that we have. And if we protest, we must do that peacefully, because we absolutely do have more in common than that divides us.
I think so. I mean, I'll come on to social media and the way that division is amplified and monetised, and the way that bad behaviour is often more rewarded than being a good citizen in that debate. I'll also say, and I'm proud of our country, and I believe that the vast majority of people in this country are decent, hard-working people that want the best for themselves and for their neighbours, whatever their background, race or religion. But we have got to look in the mirror collectively as a country and say what has taken us to the point where an attack that all of us would see is horrific being played out in Belfast over the last couple of days would in any way justify the scenes of a family, women and children, running away from their house that's been left in flames and smoke. And that's where division has got us. How can we find ourselves in a situation where a woman fleeing war in Ukraine and being homed in Belfast finds a house being attacked while the violent protesters are being egged on from Russia? And we have got to reflect that cohesion doesn't happen by accident. People don't come together unless there is leadership that brings us together. But maybe we all need to be a bit more determined at calling out what is in plain sight, and also accept that this has been a characteristic of our politics in Britain since the EU referendum. Something at that moment changed. And online has made it worse, of course it has. The way that those divisions are exploited, the way that extremism now has a platform that it didn't have in the mainstream before is all part of that. But I also reflect too that I'm not convinced that mainstream politics is adequately responding to the scale of the challenge that's in front of us. I don't feel it with regulation, with the online. I mean, at some point, my God, Ofcom might realise they're a regulator, and who knows what they could achieve. You know, but there are questions that we've got to ask about whether the architecture is in place to deal with the scale of the challenge. And if it was a civil emergency, and I would say that this is a national emergency now when you see homes being set on fire and businesses being damaged and people attacked, then we would respond as a nation, as a government, in a, I think, more determined way than I think we have seen. I fear that the power that's being held by a handful of very wealthy, very powerful, very connective individuals that control our social media in the way that the old media was controlled by the wealthy and the powerful for vested interests, is almost placing the government into a position of fear of the response if they do take action. And these things aren't easy, but I can say this, taking no action, or I would say cautious action, is not going to rise to the challenge that's ahead. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have 3 reflections on where we find ourselves. Firstly, I believe that every elected representative has the responsibility not just to challenge views that they disagree with, but to build bridges across political differences and to seek common ground wherever it can be found. We are elected to represent whole communities, not fractions of communities. We should lead by example in the tone that we set, in the respect that we show, and the openness in which we're willing to engage. Now, that's not always easy. Political disagreements are deeply felt, but little can be achieved without it. Secondly, I continue, although it's being tested on a fairly regular basis, but I do continue to believe that social media can be a force for good. It offers opportunities to connect people, to learn, to organise, and to bring people together around shared interests and common causes. We all use it, in fact. I don't think anyone is not on some social media platform or another for those reasons. So I don't begin looking at social media from a point of cynicism about the technology itself. But we've also got to be honest about its flaws too, because too often the incentives that are built into these platforms reward outrage over understanding, division over dialogue, and conflict over compromise. In many respects, the scale and the pace previous generations could have barely understood, but the government today has to recognise and step up to the scale of that challenge. And thirdly, we have to address the underlying tensions that drive fear, anxiety and anger, where people feel insecure in their jobs, worried about their families' futures, unable to access housing, or disconnected from the opportunities available elsewhere. Those concerns can't simply be dismissed or ignored. We must respond with great urgency to the conditions that people feel, particularly when they say they're unheard and they feel left behind. But alongside of all this, we have to recognise that social cohesion is not a passive state. It doesn't happen by accident. It requires effort, it requires compromise, it requires a willingness to listen, to understand, and sometimes to disagree without condemning. Rather than, as we currently find, where everything is a culture war, everything is about identity, and in the end, the winner of the argument is those who can shout loudest, not those who can convince. That was the lesson that Jo Cox tried to teach us, and it remains as important today as when she first said it. Now, for some, these concerns might sound abstract, and in a way we talk quite often around the houses about social media regulation and the impact. But I can tell you, from a town like Oldham, where we're now 25 years on from the Oldham riots, we know the cost when communities are torn apart and division is normalised. We know the cost when people live completely separate lives where they don't interact in communities, in the education system, in the housing system, or even in the economy, where the opportunities to meet people from different backgrounds are the exception and not the rule, where people self-select to live a separate life because it's easier and even maybe more secure than make the effort to reach out and to build bridges across different communities. And the problem with that is... Yeah, I'll give way, of course.
My honourable friend for giving way, and just to sort of highlight or reinforce his point, after the murder of Mr. Novak, Tommy Robinson said the whole system is set against white people and it must be smashed. In recent days, Musk has posted or reposted messages claiming that British Prime Minister Keir Starmer hates white people and millions must go. Does he agree with me that this is language of incitement to hatred and violence, and wherever possible, wherever our law can reach, the government and the law enforcement agencies must tackle this behaviour with the strongest force of the law?
It's quite clear that extremists are going to capitalise on the anxiety, the fear and the frustration that people feel in the country. And when the everyday problems that people do face, and people are facing very difficult circumstances now, trying to get a house that is affordable and secure, trying to keep down a job that can provide a good standard of living for themselves and their family, feeling safe in the community that they call home and where they're raising the kids. These are real issues that people face, but it's the oldest trick in the book to blame thy neighbour than blame the real cause of the problem. I remember at secondary school, I'm not sure if they still do this, but at secondary school, we did this test, I suppose, where the classroom was divided by the eye colour of the children who were in the class. And so the blue-eyed kids were on one side and the brown-eyed kids were on the other side. So I was on the side with the blue eyes, and we were given a handful of sweets to share amongst ourselves, amongst a much bigger group of kids. And the brown-eyed kids were given a big bowl of sweets that were more than plentiful for everybody there, and they were out enjoying themselves and stuff in the face or whatever. And within seconds, we had stopped looking at where the bigger bowl of sweets went to, and we started squabbling amongst ourselves, so there's a few sweets that were left on the table. And there is something where, and of course the message for that was, if you are left to fight for scarce resource, you fight the person nearest to you trying to fight for the same resource. And actually the lesson there is to look where the resource has been taken before it gets anywhere near the table that you're trying to share. And the reason why I say that is, I observe in a town like Oldham that people from every background are working hard, but there aren't enough sweets to go around the community that give people a good standard of living and make them feel safe in the communities where they live. And I hear it from the white community, I hear it from the Muslim community, I hear it from every background, because we're all part of the same place with the same hopes, fears and concerns about the future. And I do think for the government it provides a real question mark about the economy, about the wealth that we are creating is not being fairly distributed amongst the society and the workers that are creating that wealth, and we are fighting for a scarcer resource, but also frankly from a society that is setting working people against working people still. And the fact that race is a dividing line in one argument, or religion is a dividing line of another argument, or what generation you happen to be British in becomes a dividing line in the other, makes me really fearful, because certainly when it comes to matters of asylum and refugees, my town has got a very strong history of supporting people fleeing persecution. And I've always taken the view of, you look at the eyes of a child and you would think to yourself, there but for the grace of God go I. If that was my child, what would I want as a response to rally to protect the child that I love? And what I would expect from my own child, I expect our country to provide for other children fleeing war too. But let's be honest, our asylum and immigration system isn't working for people who are fleeing war and persecution any more than it is for anybody else. And so we have got to get a grip of the system, but it can be a bit too easy in politics to talk the firm without outlining what the fair is. And I think what we need to do is to make sure that there's balance and equity in that debate, because if we don't do it, those divisions will be exploited. But my point about Oldham and our history, literally trying to rebuild a town and its community from the ashes of riots where the town set itself on fire, was I think we can be a bit too complacent in assuming that if these malign forces suddenly go away and we regulate the online world better and we sort out the algorithms, and by the way, we should not be allowing members of parliament to be able to be paid by platforms for the insightful posts that they create. Parliamentarians, of course, should post on social media, and they should post in the public interest. They should not be doing it for a financial kickback they're getting at the end of it. And they certainly shouldn't be using, I don't know if this is the case, but they certainly shouldn't be using parliamentary paid staff to be posting content online that ultimately they then get paid as a fee through the back door on these platforms either. I think we should all be driven by public service and wanting to represent our constituents in there. But the thing that we did learn was every politician in every party had to take responsibility for that move. And I think it's the one thing that I feel that we have lost in some of this debate. The final thing I want to say is to reflect also on David Amos, because we're obviously here reflecting a decade on from Jo passing away. Many of us too were affected by David being killed in his advice surgery too. And I want to leave my final words, not for people in this chamber, we speak about ourselves quite a lot, but to thank the family of members of Parliament for allowing their loved ones to serve in political life when I am sure when they set off on a Monday morning to leave for this place, or they go out on a Thursday or Friday or the weekend in their constituencies, there will be times when they wonder if the person they love will return. And our politics have got to be better than that, but we shouldn't underestimate what families who support MPs offer to.
Dame Nia Griffith.
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and before I begin I'd like just to pay a huge tribute to my honourable friend from Spen Valley for an absolutely outstanding speech. For me, it's a real privilege to take part in this debate to mark the 10th anniversary since the tragic death of our wonderful former colleague Jo Cox. And those amazing words of hers, more in common, are as important now as ever. Words that she spoke in her first speech in Parliament when she said, "We are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us." Words that have inspired so many initiatives up and down the country. And I want first of all to pay tribute to the enormous amount of amazing work that Jo Cox did in her life, both before becoming an MP and in her short time as an MP, whether it was work with Oxfam, work helping Syrians, or work in her constituency of Batley and Spen. She did so much in developing countries around the world, particularly to help women. Then there was the outstanding work with the Syrians. And then, in her short time as an MP, she certainly made a major impact in this place. Feisty, forthright, sticking to her principles, holding the government to account, not taking no for an answer, and driven by a determined optimism. She really did believe in people. Such an amazing example to us all. I'd like also to pay tribute to David Amos, the other MP who's been murdered during my time in Parliament, murdered at his surgery. He was a thoroughly decent and courteous man who did so much to help others. Next weekend, the nearest to the 22nd of June, which was Jo Cox's birthday, we shall be commemorating in Llanelli with two events. On Friday the 19th, we will be launching the Llanelli More in Common Partnership, a partnership of organisations working to bring people together, celebrate all that we have in common, and help build a stronger community where everyone has a sense of identity and belonging. This is the culmination of a lot of work on the ground, and I would like to thank all those who've been contributing. Too many to name every one, but I would just like to pay a special tribute to Steve Kelshaw, who has been the driving force behind it, and I know that he met my honourable friend from Spen Valley in number 10 yesterday, and I thank the organisers of that event too. It's such a privilege for him. But what will matter now is what they do going forward and what difference they can make and how all the partners play their part. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to Jane Hutt, who recently retired from the Welsh Senedd in her role as Cabinet for Special in her role as Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice in the Welsh Labour Government. She was very, very supportive of these initiatives to foster community cohesion in Llanelli, as indeed she has been to many communities up and down Wales in her various ministerial roles. Then in Llanelli on Saturday the 20th, we shall be commemorating the life of Jo Cox with the great get-together picnic, as we've done in previous years. But of course this year it's so special because it is that 10th anniversary of Jo's tragic murder. The great get-together is inspired by Jo Cox's belief that we have more in common than that which divides us, and I hope that as many people as possible will join us on the green in front of Llanelli Town Hall. And yet again, a big thank you to all those who've organised. Sadly, yet again recently, as many colleagues have referenced, we've seen violent scenes in some towns across the UK. which I utterly condemn. The violence is so destructive and counterproductive to our communities. No one should feel that they're a likely target because of their skin colour, their religion or their accent. And now we have many people living in fear. It must make us all the more determined to bring people together, to absolutely shout down the violence, to speak up for decency and to bring our communities together. I would like also to make a special appeal for people to stop insulting and abusing trans people online. Just let everybody get on with their life. Now I want to turn to another area that Jo championed, tackling loneliness. At its very extreme, we've seen some awful so-called lone wolf mass killings. Individuals who spent long periods on their own in front of a computer screen where powerful algorithms have fed them ever more extreme and violent material. It's so important to continue our work for safety online, implementing the current legislation in full and looking to see what more can be done. But more than that, we must not let people get lonely. It's really important that people come together, that we talk, that we express different opinions, that we have a good old ding-dong, and importantly, that we hear and listen to different opinions. That's why Jo's work on loneliness remains so important. And it's not just one age group or social group. It's as much among younger people as amongst older people. But we are social animals. Tackling loneliness is integral to our own well-being as well as that of our communities. So let's make sure that Jo Cox's legacy lives on in all that we do. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Rushanara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by paying tribute to my wonderful friend, the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, for her courage, for her determination, for constantly inspiring all of us in the work she does in her own right, and also in the work she does to celebrate the life and legacy of our friend, our colleague, the wonderful Jo Cox. Madam Deputy Speaker, this House has heard so much about our friend Jo, as a politician, as a feminist, as a socialist, as an internationalist, as a mother, as a wife, as a sister, as a friend, and a Member of Parliament. In London, Jo lived with her wonderful family in a houseboat on the Thames, moored at Hermitage Moorings in Wapping, not far from where I grew up, and in the borough that is home to my own constituency. I give way to my honourable friend.
I similarly have fond memories as a member also of the Tower Hamlets constituency Labour Party for many years, and I'm sure that my honourable friend will remember the important role Jo played in that, not least because it frankly is it has been a difficult place to do politics for many, many years. And so having the light of someone like Jo was so transformational for us who were really involved in that those years ago. Thank you.
My honourable friend highlights just how much Jo meant to the people of Tower Hamlets and our local party, along with her husband and her family. Jo and her family, as she points out, have a special place in our hearts, in our diverse East End community. I first met Jo in October 2011 as a newly elected Member of Parliament serving as the Shadow International Development Minister. Jo and Brendan and I were at a reception celebrating the work of international development leaders. Jo and her husband were among the 40 under 40 individuals listed among a new generation of global leaders by DevEx. And she was standing there across the room holding her baby son in her arms while meeting and greeting those of us around her. There was that instant warmth, the big smile, and a connection that left me feeling we were long-lost friends when we'd only just met. That was her gift. Following her election in 2015, we would meet and talk about the conflict that was raging in Syria. I had visited Lebanon a couple of years earlier and met Syrian refugees, 1 million of them by then, who had escaped the war. And of course, by 2015, that war had raged on for a number of years. Jo was a passionate advocate for Syrian refugees, working and hard to highlight the plight of all those who are suffering. Her internationalism brought many of us together who cared deeply about global conflict, poverty, and global emergencies. For years, she worked as a board member of the Burma campaign, working to support the struggle for human rights and democracy in that country. When speaking in favour of the Lord Dubbs amendment on refugee children, she said, "Syrian families are being forced to make an impossible decision: stay and face starvation, rape, persecution and death, or make a perilous journey to find sanctuary. Who can blame desperate parents for wanting to escape the horror? Children are being killed on their way to school. I know I would risk life and limb to get my 2 precious babies out of that hellhole." Jo cared deeply about children around the world as much as she loved her precious babies, as she said. And of course, she cared deeply about her constituents and her constituency. While speaking up here in this House and working tirelessly for her constituents, she also always saw the bigger picture, the global picture. Her responsibility as a Member of Parliament, as a humanitarian, as a former aid worker, in continuing to use her agency here in this place to speak up for those who are suffering here at home and globally. Her work with Oxfam, with the Gates Foundation, with Save the Children, shaped her politics and informed her work in this House. She was an internationalist in the truest sense of the word. She was the living embodiment and definition of internationalism. She shared a belief in humanity, in strong institutions, in collaboration between governments, between peoples, to tackle hunger and famine and to build a world that is more peaceful. Jo's famous quote, as we have heard in this debate and over the years, from her maiden speech on the 3rd of June, "We are far more united and have far more in common with each other than that which divides us." It serves as her epitaph, and it is reflected on her coat of arms over there in this chamber. But we should also reflect on the words that preceded it. She said, "Our communities have been deeply enhanced by immigration, be it of Irish Catholics across the constituency, or of Muslims from Gujarat in India, or from Pakistan, principally from Kashmir. While we celebrate our diversity, what surprises me time and time again, as I travel around the constituency, is that we are far more united and have far more in common with each other than the things that divide us." Madam Deputy Speaker, our communities have been deeply enhanced by immigration. That was her view then, and of course, she was right. And that rings even more true, and we must redouble that commitment to being an inclusive society when we face such challenges as we have seen in recent days, weeks, and months. Had Jo lived through these past 10 years, I'm sure that conviction would have remained undimmed. She would have taken the fight to whoever sought to sow discord and division, whether here or from abroad. She would have taken on ethno-nationalism in all its forms, extremism in all its forms, made the case for a confident, outward-looking, tolerant, inclusive Britain, because that's who she was, and that should always inspire and motivate us to speak up. Jo's murder as she was heading to her constituency surgery to help people who trusted her and elected her will be something that will affect so many of us here and across the country. I remember that day vividly, like many colleagues who were here. I was in Parliament, and in the minutes that went past, we hoped and prayed that she would survive. And Madam Deputy Speaker, to this day, and I suspect beyond for the rest of my life, I will wonder whether we could have spoken out more about the harassment and intimidation and the threats towards elected representatives that some of us experienced and warned others, and perhaps that warning might have allowed more awareness, but we will never know. I will never know. I give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I pay absolute tribute to my friend in the word that she is saying. And can I say to her that she has been an incredible champion for all that she stands for in this House, and I so agree with all that she's saying.
I thank my honourable friend, who I know knew Jo very well, much more than I did, and we experience that loss deeply. And what I'm heartened by is the work that she and others across this House and in other parties continue to do in Jo's memory. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must never forget that Jo was murdered by a far-right terrorist who believed in white supremacy and was obsessed with fascist and far-right groups. She was a target because she stood for everything the far-right hates: community, understanding, compassion, love. The sad truth is there is more anger and more hostility and hate a decade on in our country. There's more disinformation, more lies, more racism, more misogyny and more hate. There are more people making money from sowing discord, monetized hatred made possible by social media algorithms and pernicious AI fakery. Deep fake and disinformation is infecting our online space and spilling over into hate and hostility and violence on our streets. And online hate, with its real-life consequences, has cost dearly. We see that not only... I give way to my honourable friend.
Jim McMahon.
Can I first of all just refer my honourable friend, in her parliamentary career, has felt with a lot of hostility, a lot of hostile actions from malign forces, and she's always risen above it. But I would reflect that she shouldn't have had to, and that the system should have been there to step in and intervene a bit sooner. In particular, we talk about social media on one side, but we also probably need to reflect that I think the police, and there are different police forces in different parts of the country who approach this very differently. But I think there are two main issues, and I wonder if she agrees. First of all, that they just think that this is all politics, and they just accept it as part of the course when it ought not to be. And secondly, they haven't quite understood that online is on street too. These are the same people creating the same content, making the same threats.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and what he is saying is highlighting the fact that when some of us entered into politics, I entered politics in 2010, we were outliers in the hostility and harassment that parliamentarians experience and candidates experience. Sadly, this has become mainstream, and it has becoming even more mainstream. And he, my honourable friend, has also experienced threats and intimidation. And what I find staggering is the fact that our system is still not fit enough to be able to deal with those threats systematically. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of my greatest fears is that despite the tragedy of what has happened, that lessons haven't been learnt fast enough. If they had then perhaps we wouldn't have seen further fatalities. And in the loss of another dear colleague, Sir David Amos. And I do not want to, and I know others, do not want to see the day when yet another elected representative, a member serving our public, finds themselves under attack. Too many have been under attack. So we have to redouble our efforts to protect our democracy. And that means protecting those who stand for public office. Because too many are being put off. Yep. Too many, and particularly women, and particularly those of colour, are being targeted, being driven from the public square, being driven out of frontline politics, because the price of being in politics has become increasingly difficult and costly. Costly in the form of losing our colleagues, when frankly, in the 21st century, in this democracy, I never thought that would happen. I never thought, and I don't think any others who came into politics at that time could have imagined a situation where our politics could have descended into the spectre of losing a dear colleague and then again another colleague on the other side. And of course, we mustn't forget the targeting by a far-right extremist radicalised on the internet who attacked the Right Honourable Member for East Ham in 2010. Thankfully, he survived, and he is providing a great service to our nation as a minister. But that should have raised the alarm bells then, because a number of us were on that person's target list then. And as the Right Honourable Member mentioned, in the past we've seen assassinations in our country. And the online space now is creating an even greater threat as a result. And that's why we must ensure that members of Parliament do not have to live with the fear of threats against their families, against those who are close to them, their staff. Too many mistakes have been made, and we must ensure that we really do learn from them if we are to protect our democracy. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and for her incredibly moving speech. And would she agree with me that we must dial down the rhetoric in this place? Only last week, a colleague of ours, a male colleague of ours, was punched in the face out on the street. And that is directly, I believe, as a result of people's inflammatory language and people being very, being incredibly toxic. And we don't work in this place in a cross-party way that I think we should. And I was in Sweden visiting the parliament there last week, and it's a circular parliament, and people sit in regions rather than in parties, and they were saying how this makes a really big difference. And I was just thinking, as I'm sitting here listening to all the incredible speeches about the wonderful Jo Cox, that wouldn't that be an incredible legacy, that if we did politics in a much more consensual and cross-party way?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and she points to the fact that, and as we've heard in the speeches throughout the day, just how important it is how we work together, how we conduct ourselves in politics. And she's absolutely right. Sadly, that is not happening, and there's more that's required to bring parties together on as much as possible that we can agree on to reduce the hostilities and the anger and the often manufactured outrage online as well as offline that is creating hate and hostility in our streets. Madam Deputy Speaker, the level of threats that are in our politics has to be addressed. No member should have to step out from their homes wondering if they are watching their last ever sunrise, whether that person staring at them has an intent to harm them, whether they will make it home again, whether it is their last day in this world. Because for too many colleagues that I have spoken to, too often They are fearing for their lives. That cannot be right. That is not healthy for our democracy. And that is why I am proud of the fact that this government is working to tackle harassment and intimidation. And while I personally, as a minister, worked on the election strategy and the bill that is going through Parliament, the situation is moving very fast. We need to redouble our efforts to tackle online hate and hostility. Incitement of violence online has got to be tackled. So I welcome the DSIT Secretary of State's commitment to take action. We have to take action fast before further fatalities take place. We see how this is spreading in the form of riots in our streets. We see how hate and racism is spreading like wildfire, not only against elected representatives, but in wider society. We have to act quickly, we have to act together, we have to be united. We need stronger action to make sure that we work together, as we've heard, on civility, on making sure our political discourse is about a unified country, is about taking action against hostility and hatred together, about collective action. We all have a responsibility as citizens as well as representatives to come together to tackle hatred and the rhetoric of racism and intolerance. We need police and security services with the resources to tackle far-right extremism and terrorism, as well as other forms of extremism. And we need to make sure that we celebrate goodness, we celebrate the things that bring us together. The Jo Cox Foundation, we've heard so much about. The work of the great annual get-together reminds us of the wonderful things that we have in our country, the ability for communities to come together, communities from all backgrounds, and I see that in my constituency, where Jo and her family have a special place in our hearts, the way that diverse communities come together. We all have a responsibility to make sure that we do everything we can to bring communities together. And I want to finish by saying how inspiring it is to see the work of my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, and of course the work of her wonderful family, of Jo's children, of her husband, of their parents and all their friends. We are so inspired by all that you will do for our country, for all the diverse communities that make up our great country. Jo will always live in our hearts. She will always inspire us, both in life and in death. Jo means the world to so many of us, and she will always, always be someone that I will think about in the work I do, whether here or elsewhere. Thank you.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend Rebecca McGreen and Stepney and to hear all of the incredible speeches today. I want to thank the wonderful member from Spen Valley for securing this debate on the legacy of Jo Cox, your sister and our friend. And we've heard it's actually brought the House together in terms of where we should be as a House and as a society, and the people that really need to listen to this are not here on the other side of the House, not the member for Brighton Pavilion, who gave an amazing speech, and Batley, but there are others on the other side of the House that we kind of dancing around it, but we know that they are the agitators of a lot of hate, and that is their hallmark. I want to talk about, Madam Deputy Speaker, a sunny evening. It was a sunny evening. I grabbed my karaoke machine, 2 microphones, and a bottle of vodka, and I headed to a boat party of the 2015 intake, hosted by Jo Cox in Wapping, and we croaked out some amazing songs. As we drank, the songs got better and longer. And I feel that Jo sang I Know Him So Well, the extended version from Elaine Page, which I know she has sung many times with her younger sister. And they even have dance moves, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've seen the videos. It was a evening of joy and laughter. I actually forgot about the awards that we gave out, but it was just a wonderful evening of fellowship and love. And actually, I've got a confession to make. So I'm glad that the member for Ilford North isn't in the chamber, because I got a taxi there, and he got me a taxi home. And I may have had to ask the driver to pull over so that I couldn't be sick. So if his Uber rating went down a little bit, it could have been my responsibility. But I feel like now is the time to make that confession. It just feels right. And on the 16th of June, as I lay on the sofa recovering from the boat. As I lay on the sofa recovering and watching the news, and it flashed up that an MP had been stabbed, we were all kind of thinking, the WhatsApp group exploded, and we were all thinking, who's that? Who could that be? And it was unbelievable when somebody said it was Jo. We're like, it can't be Jo. And I also thought, how can it be Jo? You know, we was just together. And the fact that Jo was going to her surgery on that day is just a testament to who she was. Like, she had hosted a very rowdy event, and she was determined that she was going to go to her surgery and do the job that she was elected to do. And I think it's just a testament to just the amazing woman, advocate and politician that she was. And there's also another person, Bernard Kenny. He was stabbed trying to save Jo, and he was a hero. And in a weird and strange coincidence, they shared the same birthday. Yep. And I feel that that was a sign from the gods that they wanted Jo to be with us for a little bit longer, like her work wasn't done and wasn't finished. And Bernard was given, an award by the Queen. And I think his wife picked up his award for him. And it's great to mention him too.
Would Madam Friend give way? I thank her for giving way, and I thank her as well for mentioning Bernard. You're right, he was an absolute hero on that day. And the other coincidence, bizarrely, was that his son, Phil Kenny, was actually Jo and my geography teacher. Oh, wow. So, and I've got to know Phil and his family over recent years, and I want to put on record my thanks to them for their support as well.
Oh, wow. Thank you. It's incredible. I mean, these coincidences sometimes are signs and messages as opposed to coincidences. But what isn't a coincidence is your kindness. And the person you've been in this house. And it obviously runs in the family. And we need those traits more than ever in society. We need it more than ever, because we do have politicians in this house. We have activists in our country who are intent on sowing division. And as much as we try to stop them, sometimes it feels as though we are not winning the battle. And that's tough. And that's tough, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we know there are more better people in the world than there are bad. And it's tough because those people who are fueled by money and ego and power are getting more publicity than anybody else. And yesterday I was on Ian Dale's show, and I was having an argument with a member from the other place. And he kept saying, well, social media is a voluntary contract, and it shouldn't be banned and it shouldn't be legislated. Well, actually, he was completely talking out of his rear end because I'm getting better. Because he failed to understand the real damage that social media can do. Social media is like somebody producing a hate leaflet and delivering it through your letterbox, whether you want it or not. And the fact that they get rewarded and paid to do that means they do it more often. And we have to recognise that, and we have to recognise that in government, and we have to ensure that we legislate. It's tough, but we have to do it. We're in a different world right now, and we have to do it.
My honourable friend for giving way, would my honourable friend agree with me that unless and until the government takes action that hits these companies where it hurts, in their pockets, in their profits, then they will continue to do what they're doing. So isn't it like we set age limits on alcohol, on cigarettes, we ban heroin and crack cocaine and all this kind of stuff. This is one of those products that causes such harms.
I thank our honourable friend for that intervention. I 100% agree. Yeah. We have to hit them where it hurts. There has to be consequences. We have laws around inciting hatred in our country, and yet still these companies seem to bypass that, and openly and flagrantly so. And so I 100% agree. There's the leader of Resist gets something like 500,000 or 1 million views whenever he posts a hate post. He's not that popular by any stretch of the imagination. And it just adds to feed egos, Madam Deputy Speaker. So we need to legislate.
And also that we would be wise to heed the warning of what happened in the run-up to the First World War in Germany, which was fundamentally that radio was a new media then, and there was no regulation over it. And that is where we landed was the First World War. And if we do not recognise that history is in many ways repeating itself as we stand here now, then we could pay the significant and ultimate consequence for that.
I thank Honourable Friend for that intervention. And in fact, we are already paying the consequences of that. And if we don't take this as seriously as we can now, then we can't foresee the additional harms that will happen, because the growth of the involuntary celibate movement, that underground movement that actually we didn't really know about but could feel the rise of misogyny and hate against women, was being fueled by social media. And so, just because we're not a part of it, we have to legislate. And this is also why I feel that we have to legislate for the individual. Because as soon as we put in law some legislation, it's out of date. And so we do have to legislate to protect the individual, to protect your voice, your image. We have to do that and legislate. And I also agree with the key calls for the Jo Cox Foundation and from their most recent report. And they talk about political parties should enforce higher standards of conduct. And I feel that is something that needs to happen. But some political parties won't care. And in fact, some political parties actually recruit people who they know have violent intent, are racist, misogynistic, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, homophobic. They actively go out to find them. So we have to find a way that we combat that. Elected representatives and candidates should actively lead by example, maintaining civility during robust democratic debate. We can all take a leaf out of that book. Tech companies should do more to prevent and reduce online harms. Media, digital and political literacy education should be expanded for all ages to build greater understanding. And lastly, the government should ensure sustained funding, police resourcing and cross-border coordination to protect elected representatives. It's a sad fact that we need more protection than ever before, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a sad fact that social media means sometimes that our speeches can be manipulated, can be misrepresented. You can be, because the rules of the House sometimes is complex, it can be easily manipulated for a certain agenda. And it's a sad fact that that then puts us at risk in this place and outside of this place. And so there's a lot more that needs to be done. And Madam Speaker, I want to end on this. Jo was a great advocate for everyone, for people in Africa, for the children, for Syria. She would have hated what was happening right now in our country. She would have hated the rhetoric, and she would have been on that front line fighting. And I want to end with a poem by a Syrian female poet. She says, "It does not matter that I love her endlessly. She lives in a world that the devil dreams to flee. And yet she stands strong with a smile shining through her lips. With a laugh, musical poetry to my ear. She's a brave woman, gentle and free." May members in this House be a little bit more like Jo. Thank you.
Sana Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called to speak in this debate and to follow on from the moving and impassioned speech from my honourable friend, the member for Brent East. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude and express my thanks to the honourable member for Spen Valley for her deeply moving tribute and the contributions she's made today, speaking about her dear sister. I also want to pay tribute to the work of the rest of Jo's family, who in the decades since her senseless and terrible murder have been champions for celebrating her life, her legacy and her values. Jo's principled internationalism and her humanitarian legacy is and should be a source of great pride to her loved ones. It was a singular sense of humanity and compassion that she brought to her causes which drove them forward. From refugee rights to the protections of civilians in war, her contributions were remarkable. Her work in Syria rightfully won many admirers in many countries. And we should also remember her outspoken and impassioned advocacy for the rights of the Palestinian people. After working in Gaza and the West Bank with Oxfam, Jo spoke passionately in Parliament for the government to do more for humanitarian aid in Gaza, as well as for civilian protections during the 2014 Gaza war. I know that her voice has been sorely missed in this place over recent years. I must also place on record my admiration for the work of the Jo Cox Foundation. As members have said, the efforts of the Foundation are carrying forward her mission, Jo's mission on tackling loneliness and social isolation. The scale of loneliness in this country is a tragedy in and of itself, but the impact of this isolation has on an individual's health and well-being and on the fabric of our social well-being demands real action. The Foundation's efforts here deserve recognition, and I support the campaign for a new cross-government action plan to tackle loneliness, while noting my own admiration for organisations in my constituency, including Neighbourhoods in Poplar, for their work in bringing our communities together. Madam Deputy Speaker, 2 years ago, I participated in research undertaken by the Jo Cox Foundation for their 2024 Civility Commission report, No Place in Politics, Tackling Abuse and Intimidation. As I stated to them then, I have long faced a heightened risk to my own safety with serious death threats, threats to kidnap me, threats of sexual violence, and threats about ripping off my hijab in public. This abuse has not relented in the years since I was first elected to this House. And I do feel sad to say that despite progress being made on the representation of women in this House, I do not feel that there has been sufficient progress in our country to protect those who are elected representatives or those who are standing for election. Despite all of the initiatives of security and justice departments in the years since Jo's death, politics in this country remains a dangerous and difficult environment for women. And we know that elected representatives and candidates from Black, Asian and minority ethnic backgrounds are particularly targeted for abuse. I say this knowing that Jo was passionate, absolutely passionate about achieving a 50-50 parliament, and she was a passionate advocate for women standing not only just in the UK for public office, but around the world in many different countries. And yet the constant abuse and threats of violence against women representatives and candidates is a major obstacle holding us back from that in the UK, and we must do more. Young people, women, survivors of domestic abuse often reach out to me and members of this House and say that they would like to stand for office and to take forward their lived experiences into politics, and they often ask me and other members for advice. And I have to be completely frank that I often struggle to give them that encouragement anymore. Because this many years on, trying to rebuild and move on with my own life, I'm really aware of the physical and mental health toll on me as the post-separation harassment goes on and on. I will give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way, and can I just take this opportunity to pay tribute to the work of my honourable friend. Before I came to this place, I didn't follow many politicians, I'm sorry to say, but I did follow the honourable lady and a few like her who have always been an absolute rock and strongest champion for the rights of not just women, but any person who's being the target of abuse or suffered at the hands of others. So I just wanted to put that on record. And would she agree with me that there are sections in this House and in the community that say that hate speech, online or in person, isn't as important to investigate as real crimes, burglaries and violence and other crimes that we've seen this week? Would she agree with me that actually it's not an either-or? We have to tackle all crimes across our society, and tackling hate speech will hopefully reduce the level of violent crime that we see on our streets.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention there, and I agree that we need to take steps both online and offline with the same level of energy and commitment, and I thank him for his kind words. I think members in the House, when they first come into Parliament or when they first enter politics, know that they are ultimately taking a risk in terms of the risk to their life, and that's not something that we should have to do when we put ourselves forward for office. And it's not easy for me to say that I have too contended with that scenario, that, you know, it may be that I have to just understand that it's just something that comes with the job. And there have been times, of course, where I have legitimately feared for my life, and this was particularly true in the last general election. As I've informed the House previously, it was during that election that the abuse and intimidation which I have long endured reached new heights. In an election in which my abusive ex-husband stood as a candidate against me after I'd already faced several years of post-separation harassment. And even before that, I'd already endured a vexatious trial and a reselection process in the Labour Party, during which I experienced harassment from his associates. And the alarm bells were rung from organisations in the domestic abuse sector, and representations were made on my behalf, and the situation is ongoing and unresolved. And in all of this, I reflect and I think that it just has been a deeply harrowing experience, one that I truly do not believe that any survivor of domestic abuse should be expected to have to continue to endure. And I also think about the fact that I feel I have a strong duty and responsibility to other survivors of domestic abuse in this country, and often I am reached out by them saying that they feel a strength when they see people in this House speak about their own experiences. And I've had, over the years, Madam Deputy Speaker, survivors of domestic violence reach out and say this to me. And so I feel a very strong sense of duty and responsibility to them. And I know that I don't want to be a case study, a statistic sometime in the future about how, you know, nothing could really happen in this case, nothing could really happen in this situation, but sometime down the line, a decade later, 2 decades later, we'll all look back and be like, oh yeah, she was really failed. The system really did not protect her as a survivor of domestic abuse. We're better now, but we did have to have some failings along the way. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is for that reason that I, along with members from across this House, are working to try and secure better protections for candidates facing domestic violence, post-separation harassment and hostility in the context of election campaigns. It is why I have provided testimony and participated in the work of the APPG on women in Parliament and given evidence to the Westminster Forum for Democracy, who are developing the MENA method, which is about protecting candidates standing in elections and being in elected office who suffer violence in politics. Because we know that domestic abuse can affect people from all walks of life and in all forms of employment, including those of us serving in public office. And because all survivors should be able to have dreams and hopes and a life beyond domestic abuse and play a role in national policy making and in our democracy, just like anybody else who hasn't gone through those awful and horrific experiences. And because this isn't just about me. As I've said before, no survivor of domestic abuse should be prevented from standing or staying in office due to post-separation harassment.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and it's been an honour and a pleasure, frankly, to work with her over the years, and I absolutely agree with her. Does she also agree with me that, that actually the perpetration of domestic abuse or sexual violence should actually eliminate you from being able to hold such office?
Sana Begum. My honourable friend for bringing up this point, because this is exactly the area that many of us are looking at in relation to the representation of the People Bill. And I'm very grateful to her for her intervention and her support, where she has publicly also said that my experiences were completely unacceptable, completely unjustified, and that we must all do better to make sure that no one else, whoever considers to stand for public office or to represent their communities, has to face what I have had to face. And I say this knowing that actually she and I both work with many organisations and many activists across the violence against women and girls sector. And many of those people, and that entire movement was built on the backs of survivors who decided to do something for themselves and for others, and who become activists. And then why should they not be able to stand for office? Why should they not be policy makers? Surely that is almost the natural progression. But why should they look at situations like mine and feel and think to themselves, oh no, I can't do that, I can't take it too far, the perpetrator is going to target them. And so I say it's also because it surely must be the duty of everyone in society, including all political parties, to ensure that elected representatives who are survivors of domestic abuse are not exposed, Madam Deputy Speaker, to further harassment in their roles. And on this point, I would like to thank members of the Jo Cox Foundation, including Dr. Hannah Phillips, who I have worked with, as well as Elect Her and other organisations for their encouragement. I'd also like to thank many of my constituents who have stood and continue to stand with me throughout what I continue to endure. And actually want to place on record the support that I'm very grateful for to have had from my independent domestic violence advocate, without whom I don't think I would have been able to go through many of the procedures and processes that I have to continue to endure just to be heard and just to make sure the right protections can be put in place. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am conscious that I was elected to this place 3 years after Jo's tragic murder, but the impact that she has had on those who had the privilege to know her is very clear to see. I know also how proud many of my constituents are to have called Jo a neighbour in Poplar and Limehouse, and so once again I pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, and to say how touched I am by her words today. I hope in trying to change politics for the better, and in trying to build a society with dignity at its heart, and in trying to improve safety for women and survivors of domestic abuse.
Would my friend give way?
I will give way.
I thank her for giving way, and I think her comments are coming to a close, but I just wanted to put on record how hugely impressive her own bravery has been in her political journey. And I hope she would agree with me and other colleagues here that it is voices like yours that we need in public life. Yes. But we should also still encourage women, even
whatever tragedies they've been through in their own lives as victims of domestic abuse and sexual violence, we need their voices in this place.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and absolutely, we can only be a rich and effective democracy with all voices in the debate and discussions, and we know in this House, through the increased representation of women, that we've been able to enact and progress with policies that meet the needs of a wide range of people in our country. And so, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, it's really important for us to be able to change politics for the better and to improve the situation in terms of safety for women and survivors of domestic abuse in being able to participate in politics. And I hope that I may be able to do some part in this way with that work that I'm going to continue to do to honour Jo's legacy and her values. Thank you.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start today by thanking my honourable friend from Spen Valley for not only bringing this debate, but for her tribute to her sister. Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel extremely humbled and incredibly honoured, yet also deeply sad to be speaking in this debate today. I would like to take the opportunity to reflect on the life and legacy of a woman I never had the privilege of meeting, but whose impact continues to shape so many of us, Jo Cox. Her legacy is not simply something we remember, it is something that demands action from all of us today. Jo was, in every sense, a Labour woman, a fiercely compassionate internationalist, utterly determined to open the doors of public life to those who had often been shut out, and to ensure nobody was lonely. She did not just talk about women's leadership, she built it. Through her, with the Labour Women's Network and beyond, she backed women to step forward, to find their voice and to lead. Many of us in this House stand here because women like Jo believed that we belonged here. I am proud to be a graduate of the Jo Cox Women in Leadership programme. Some may say that that is her girls' club. Like so many others, I gained not just skills, but confidence, solidarity, and a network of women who support one another and still do. That is Jo's transformation legacy in action. Like Jo, before coming to this place, I was not a politician, but I was a teacher. And although this place can be a very lonely place for those who have little connections to it, I felt the love of her legacy, the cups of teas, the hugs, the smiles. So to her, I want to say thank you. At the heart of everything Jo did was simple, but a powerful belief that we have more in common than that which divides us. Madam Speaker, it's a phrase we repeat often, but it's much more, and it must be much more than words. It must guide how we conduct politics and how we treat one another, and it should remain a challenge to all of us. It is unfortunately not shocking, but now an accepted fact of political office that opponents will spread falsities and misleading information online and beyond in an attempt to create an outrage and whip up hostility and score political points. And as has been said, whilst robust debate is absolutely part of our democracy, targeted abuse and intimidation should never become normalised in public life. We can and should have passionate political discussion because that is our democracy, but without resorting to personal attacks, threats or attempts to intimidate others. Jo's words feel especially important in a political climate where some seek to turn disagreement into division, where fear and anger can be used as tools just to win support. The day Jo was murdered, our country was in the middle of a deeply divisive political campaign. A poster carrying the words, "Take back control," was part of that wider political landscape. A phrase that has become associated with a period of intense national debate and intense hatred. As my honourable friend from Oldham West, Chadderstone and Royston so very eloquently put, we are sadly 10 years later in a world which is even more divided and has even more hate. Political disagreement is of course essential democracy, but Jo's legacy asks us to reflect on the tone we set, the language we use, and the responsibility we carry when we seek to persuade and disagree with others. We must challenge any politics that relies on blame, hostility, or creating an us and them situation. A democracy cannot thrive when people are encouraged to see their neighbours as opponents rather than fellow neighbours and citizens. As a teacher, I often sorted out playground squabbles, and to those children where their world was so tiny, that was really difficult for them. And I was always looking to find a solution that was respectful, Because our young people are so very often so much better at forgiveness and for finding what they have in common than we are as adults. The tragedy of Jo's murder remains a devastating reminder that the words we use, the campaigns we run, and the atmosphere we create in public life and on our streets matters. The Electoral Commission reported on the 2024 general election found that 70% of candidates experienced at least one form of abuse, but women and ethnic minority candidates also face the most serious forms of abuse. It is not just MPs that face threats and abuse. The leader of my Labour group in Portsmouth City Council, Councillor Charlotte Gerarda, who is also a graduate of the Jo Cox Leadership Programme, was recently verbally abused during the election campaign whilst visibly pregnant. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is far from okay. Women in public life are being made to feel unsafe for serving their local communities, and their families are often made to feel unsafe too. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not surprising that the Girl Guiding Survey found that a third of girls and young women are deterred from pursuing careers in politics because of the hostility high-profile women face online. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, should concern every single one of us, because these are not abstract statistics. They are our sisters, our mothers, our daughters, our nieces, our aunties, our nans, and our friends. When women are targeted, abused, or driven out of public life, it affects all of us. And perhaps that is the greatest danger of politics, a politics built on hostility, that people begin to see that they disagree, not as human beings, with families, hopes and fears, but they disagree with people that they see as targets. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should all ask ourselves, would we speak this way if it was someone we loved on the receiving end? And when women are driven out, democracy is weaker. Jo was determined to restore civility in public life, and I commend the work of the Jo Cox Foundation in carrying on her legacy and working with government to bring in important changes to defend our democracy. And like my honourable friend from Brent, I also ask the government to uphold those recommendations. Because this cannot be left to a foundation alone. It is upon all of us, every MP, every party, every platform that carries political debate. We set the tone, and in doing so, we set the tone for our country. Jo believed in lifting as you climb. And as a teacher, as a daughter, a sister, an auntie, a friend, and as an MP, that is a responsibility I take very seriously. We cannot abandon future female leaders and let those seeking to divide, discourage and win. I've been taking encouragement from Jo, and that is why in Portsmouth's 100th year as a city, I am launching the 100 Pompey Bells to celebrate community, to actively show that we have more in common than that which divide in my city. An award where people can nominate their Pompey Bell, the woman who in their family, their workplace, their community is the glue, the foundation, the queen. The one who so often, quietly, sometimes loudly, and always passionately, just gets things done. Because we must recognise the incredible work that so many inspiring women are doing across my city, and indeed this country. Work that so often just goes unnoticed, yet without so much of what makes our communities thrive, simply would not happen without them. 100 Pompey Bells is about celebrating the breadth of women's contributions, from carers and campaigners to entrepreneurs and volunteers. And it's about showing the next generation that leadership takes many forms. It's about seeing and believing that there is a place in it for them too. It is everything that Jo Cox embodied. In these awards, I hope we can not only celebrate those giants that walk amongst us, but inspire the next wave of Pompey Bells to devote their lives to bettering our community and for them to be more Jo. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the question for us all today is simple. Do we honour Jo Cox's words alone, or do we honour them with her actions? If we are serious about honouring her legacy in more than words, 10 years on, we must ask ourselves, will we all call out abuse when we see it? Will we all support women to step forward and stay in public life? And will we all build a politics that is kinder, more inclusive and rooted in our shared humanity? And will we all build bridges of community, connection and common causes? For me, that is how we carry with us her life, her love, not just in what we say, but in how we lead and in what we all do. We all need, Madam Deputy Speaker, to proudly be more Jo Cox.
Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow on from my honourable friend from Portsmouth West. Portsmouth North. West. I think it's this debate is exactly, for me, the legacy of Jo. You know, this is about the legacy of Jo Cox, and every single one of us here has mentioned a memory, a sparkle of Jo. I think I just wanted to say, first of all, put my thanks to Jo's sister, our friend and member for Spen Valley, for her incredibly thoughtful contribution and strength and courage that she had to deliver that. But also I'd like to just pay a note to the Minister who opened the debate also. I felt the way in which she set the tone gave us the ability to say what we wanted to say about Jo. I also want to put my thanks on record to Jo for her dedicated work on strengthening communities and advocating that everyone needed to be treated with respect. And that's so much of what we've heard about today. In her honour, I particularly want to talk about loneliness in our communities and why she was such an avid champion of targeting that. But also hopefully provide that level of hope and that layer of hope that Jo, I think, brought to the sparkle of Westminster. But before I do, a lot has been said about the members of Parliament who arrived at the same time as Jo, but not a lot of us have talked about the impact it had on our wider Labour family. I was a member of South Leicestershire Labour Party at the time, and I'd been the 2015 general election candidate for South Leicestershire, and we, like so many, were just truly saddened but shocked by Jo's death. It was so difficult, we just couldn't fathom it could have happened. It was just beyond belief. In a true South Leicestershire CLP tradition, a decision was made to honour Jo with a permanent tribute. And we have a plaque and an acer tree planted in Mossdale Meadows, a lovely part of South Leicestershire, to allow us to remember Jo. And it, of course, bears her most famous quote from her maiden speech. I wanted to pay particular thanks to some of my members of the CLP, because it was out of that confusion of what had happened, action sprung into place, as it often does with the people that we know and trust every day. So I want to say thank you to Sandra Parkinson, Lord Willie Back from the other place, Caroline Back, the leader of Braunston Town Council, Councillor Nick Brown, and the late Councillor David Gear for their work to get this tribute to Jo firmly in place in Leicestershire. The plaque was our way of remembering Jo, but also the unveiling coincided with our get-together event, the place we brought our community together, where we make sure people are okay. And I have to admit, when I need a little bit of solitude, a bit of silence, I just make my way to the plaque. It's a really lovely space. Jo Cox herself famously said, "I want not live in a country where thousands of people are living lonely lives forgotten by the rest of us." And I share that sentiment. I've been door knocking fairly regularly throughout most of my adult life, but the post-pandemic feeling on the doorsteps was something I just hadn't experienced before. More people than ever wanted me to come into their homes to chat. It was a really unusual experience. They were super lonely. They'd felt isolation much more than they'd realised. And looking at the data, the information, it doesn't really feel like a surprise. Roughly 7% of adults in England reported feeling lonely, often or always, and that remains relatively high post-pandemic. On top of that, adults living with a disability are twice as likely to experience persistent loneliness. But obviously those groups we often forget. New mothers often feel incredibly lonely. Those whose gender identity differs from their sex-registered birth are 3 times more likely to feel lonely. And loneliness is also disproportionately high amongst the long-term unemployed and who are financially struggling, which is why you have to give people hope. We have to make sure that we are tackling some of the core issues in our society. At an age where Jo's statement of "we have more in common than that which divides us" is more important and reminder than ever, and it's not a huge leap to say that loneliness is partly to blame for the division and anger we see today, that isolation triggers people. As the Jo Cox Foundation reminds us, loneliness is linked to lower trust, reduced civic participation, and increased feelings of exclusion, which weakens community cohesion and increases vulnerability and polarisation. So how can we look as communities to look out for one another? How can we promote community cohesion? And how can we tackle loneliness? Just on Saturday, I went to an inspirational event, Woodstock in Whitwick, in my constituency at their annual cheque giving event. Social inclusion is their main focus. They run exclusively by volunteers, focused on giving back to their community. Alongside hosting their main annual fundraiser, Woodstock, a community music festival, they hold events, one such as Bingo Buddies, on the last Friday of every month, which is a free bingo session for older people with raffle, teas and cakes. For so many, sadly, it's the only time they get out of the house, and it's just such an important space to socialise. Our communities are the ability to unlock the answers to some of these questions. Our communities are championing each other all the time. Woodstock and Whitwick actively look at ways to help others, raising money throughout the year to give those to most in need in my community. For those they've helped who have lost their battle, they'll to cancer or to other trauma, they send a hamper to the family, a little reminder that they're not alone, that they have their whole community behind them. Since 2002, they've donated more than £150,000 to individual families and community groups. And most recently, they've donated to Loras, Bright Hope, and Leicester Royal ICU Garden, and so much more. The impact that they've had on our local community is profound and something we need so much more of. And I hope, just by my short speech, we'll understand that Jo's legacy is not just about the sadness that we feel, the grief that we've shared today, but it's also about hope and the opportunity to carry Jo's legacy forward. We can continue to collectively create a better society and be a bit more like Jo.
Yeah.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the member for North West Leicestershire in this fantastic debate. And it was great to hear the member from Spen Valley in her speech, actually. I mean, the words were fantastic, but the emotion, and I think particularly the pride that you have for your sister, I think is amazing. And it's also remarkable that 10 years on from what happened, I know it's awful, to hear so much emotion in what so many people have been saying, actually. And I didn't know Jo, but it's great to learn so much more about her. This has been much better than reading the Wikipedia page last night, I have to say. And all of us can remember, of course, the feeling of shock when it happened. And I can remember that Kezia Dugdale, she organised a vigil quite hastily in Edinburgh, in what turned out to be my constituency, actually. And I took my son and my daughter along. My daughter had just voted a few weeks before in the Holyrood election, and she took the more in common message too far, I think. And it was at that point she did tell me at the vigil that she'd voted for the Conservative Party at the election. But she's learned since then, and of course she has a fantastic Labour candidate to vote for as well.
You're telling people that.
But 10 years on, it does feel like this is the ideal time to have this debate because of where the country finds itself, and I mean that in both a positive and hopeful way, but also in quite a depressing way. I do find myself getting quite depressed by the situation that the country finds itself in. But this debate is about Jo's legacy, and in my office I'm incredibly lucky to have a small part of Jo's legacy, and that is Evie, who is an intern who works for us, still a student. She works for us 1 day per week, but she's also part of the Jo Cox Women Leadership Programme, which is fantastic. She's always telling us about the amazing women that she meets in that programme, without herself realising that she's actually one of them. So when she found out the debate, she was very keen to write my speech for today. So this is her speech. I won't do our Yorkshire accent, though you will be glad to hear. So today, almost 10 years on from the tragedy where Jo's life was senselessly taken, acts as a reminder of the continued fight we face against violence towards women and girls. The testimony of some of the women members in this House today reminds us of the responsibility that all of us have to tackle this vile hatred. And I have been quite reflective about that as the debates continued, actually. Further, no man or woman in any public office should ever fear for their safety, and nor should their family, I think, for speaking up for what they believe in. We are gathered here today, however, to remember much more than that tragic day. the incredible legacy that Jo left behind. An ardently committed MP, Jo brought an enthusiasm and commitment to public service, which we should all aspire to ourselves. She was loved by her family, her constituents, and all those who had the pleasure of meeting her during her time in Parliament. And I think we've heard that amply today. The moving words we have heard from members today have been testament to this, actually. And beyond her exceptional campaigning inside and outside this place, it was Jo's unwavering commitment to confronting those who seek to divide us that defined so much of her leadership, because she was a leader in this place. Whether through her advocacy on the Syrian conflict or her efforts to combat racial hatred, Jo was steadfast in amplifying the voices of those most in need of being heard, and above all, in leading with compassion. And I do not really know what should make of the rhetoric we hear sometimes in this place today. And I'm really grateful for the Right Honourable Member for Sutton and Coalfield for the points he made about overseas aid. Because when I was reading about Jo last night on Wikipedia, I did draw the conclusion that she would be a little bit concerned about that cut. But because I didn't know her, I didn't want to put words in her mouth. So the Right Honourable Gentleman did know her, so I'm really glad that he made that point. I was visiting Banali High School last week, and the young people there did raise that cut with me. And I was guilty of saying to them, it was not something I was happy with, but there's not been too much of a pushback against it in this place. But reflecting on that today, perhaps it's because I've not been pushing back enough on it. So there's a lesson there, perhaps. Both internationally and through her work with Oxfam and Amnesty International and in Parliament, where she helped establish the APPG on Friends of Syria, Jo made a profound impact on what continues to resonate today. That continues to resonate today. It is deeply moving that her values of cooperation, justice and humanitarianism live on through the Jo Cox Foundation, which we've heard about. The vital work carries forward Jo's vision of a fairer, more united world, one in which there is no place for hatred. The Jo Cox Women in Leadership programme empowers the next generation of women leaders across the Labour movement, ensuring that Jo's astounding commitment to public service continues to shape the future of the party. And I do have to say, I started off by talking about Evie, and Evie is a real leader in her office. She's a very modest person, and she's also shown leadership outside the office, both in the Students' Union, Edinburgh University, and she's also just been elected the Vice Chair of Scottish Labour Students, which is fantastic. Yeah. So 11 years ago, Jo said, in this chamber, we have far more in common than we have which divides us. These words are more important than ever, and we must hold Jo's message close to our hearts. It is fitting that we hold this debate in her honour, but the greatest tribute we can pay is to continue standing against the hatred and division that tragically took her life. In doing so, we keep faith with Jo's belief in a kinder and more united society. And I think that's been one of the more powerful elements of this debate today, the fact that we are also concerned about the tensions, if we could put it that way, in communities right across the UK, and we're all united in actually trying to tackle them. And that's, with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, on that positive and hopeful note, thank you.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has been an absolute privilege to be in the House today to listen to everybody's personal reflections of her time here in the House and also the reflections of how they've been impacted. I wanted to talk about her as a friend of mine for years and years. We met in the Labour movement. We kept finding ourselves in the same meetings, meetings that focused on international development, but most of all, meetings that focused on women. And in fact, when we became our closest and bonded the most was when we both became pregnant at the same time. And actually, I want to talk about that time when we were all processing having lost the 2010 election. And Jo and I have always been people of action, and we've not been shy coming forward. We have that very much in common. And I had started my own business, and she came barreling into the office one day, and she said, "How are we going to organise? We cannot live like this. It is awful."
And the solution, as is most often the case, is women. So we hatched a plan. We hatched a plan on how we would revitalise LWN, how we'd make sure that she took over being chair. And then I stood up out of my chair, and at 3 months pregnant, I already had this enormous bump. And she said, "You're pregnant? That's so exciting, so am I. And how pregnant are you?" And I said, 3 months. And I said, "How pregnant are you?" And she said, 3 months too. You wouldn't know it, this tiny little thing with a perfectly flat belly, and I'm going, "That's 3 months pregnant, and I'm already looking like this." Our plan for her to take over as chair of LWN was very successful, and that was a success that continues on. What she brought to the labour movement, what we organised and were committed to, was that we would bring hope back to our movement, a way of rebuilding our movement after that loss, and a way of making sure that women were at the heart of that. Not long after that, we gave birth. I looked enormous, like a beach whale, and gave birth to an 8-pound baby. She was tiny throughout and gave birth to a 10-pound. I do not know where she put that baby in her small little body, but oh my goodness. And still then, we were meeting at meetings. We were determined to breastfeed at party conference because, quite frankly, the thing that both of our children had in common is they were vociferous eaters.
Still are.
So yes, well, as are mine. And they were only a few days apart. But the other thing that we did was we brought together our 2 NCT groups. We brought together our 2 NCT groups and tried to radicalise them to the cause of labour, some more successfully than others. We dragged them to LWN fundraisers. We ended up organising buggies and many women with these babies coming onto the terrace of the House of Commons. We were determined that these women who we had bonded with so much in that pregnancy time, and now with the feeding and the burping and the sleepless nights, were going to become part of our revolution. Sorry, I'm having a little... And in the run-up to the 2015 election, we were both behind-the-scenes women. We liked to work and build up other people, and we called each other back and forth and said, "Are we going to do this? Are we going to stand in this 2015 election?" We'd asked everybody else to stand, because that's what we do. And finally, we asked each other and said, "Look, I'll do it if you do it." Because we weren't confident. We were confident in other women. We could see all those qualities in other women, but we weren't confident that we were the people to take that forward. And that is such a woman thing to do. We look at others and we see all their amazing characteristics and we see all their amazing abilities, but we struggle sometimes to see it in ourselves. And so we made a pledge to each other that we would stand in the 2015 election. Myself and Batley and Spen and myself, which was Milton Keynes North at the time. And we would check in with each other regularly. We were our secret lifelines in this world where we'd encouraged other women to go and we had never been before. After that election, she won. She was the MP for Batley and Spen. And I went off to Kenya. Because, well, as you do, you think if you can't make a difference here, you're going to go make a difference elsewhere. We had completely changed paths. She had spent time in Kenya when I had spent time as a special advisor in the Labour government. Now she was representing our views and our ideals here, and I'd gone off to Kenya to see what I could do. And everywhere I went and everywhere I met people, they would say, "Oh, you're from England. You're from the UK. do you know Jo? Literally, do you know Jo? And I would proudly say, of course I know Jo. She's my friend. She's doing an amazing job in everything she did here in the House of Commons. And I fell pregnant again while I was out there. She'd already had her second. And I got a phone call one day from a mutual friend of ours who was also in Kenya, and he said to me, have you heard the news? And I literally had to sit down because I was like, I'm going to collapse and this baby's going to get squished, and I need to sit down and take this in. I just couldn't believe it. And because so many people in Kenya knew that I knew Jo, I just got inundated with messages. What are we going to do? Not, isn't it so sad? And this is so Jo. And what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And so the first thing we did, and the High Commissioner gave us his property and for an evening, and we had simultaneously to the London reception event and celebration of Jo, we did a similar one in Kenya. And there remains a book of remembrance at the High Commission in Kenya of all the people whose lives she touched in Kenya across those many, many institutions and charities and other places, and some people who just knew about her but had been inspired to come. And not long after that, I remember Brendan reaching out to myself and other friends that he and Jo had in Kenya and said, look, it's become too much for myself and the kids in the UK. We can't get a break. There's too much media focus. Can we come out and spend some time with you guys? And I very much understood that our job in that situation was just to surround those two amazing children with joy. And so we spent a lot of time driving around with musicals at the top of our lungs, singing away, and making sure that, you know, it's a shared passion between our two families, and knowing that her children and my children knew all the words. And we brought them to see the tree that the children had planted in Karura Forest in memory of Jo. And for those that don't know Karura Forest, it is the forest that's right in the middle of Nairobi. And that tree stands there today. So now I'm here, and I sit here every day because of the strangeness of this place. We now look at Jo's crest every day. And she is a constant reminder, and I don't know if anybody else is like this, but I have a series of amazing women in my life that I have conversations with that have passed, whether it's my grandmother or my mother-in-law or Jo, and just think, what would that conversation be? What would they say? And in particular, the conversations I have with Jo is, how do you raise children and protect them when you are a member of Parliament? And you try and laugh off and make jokes of your home security, of your personal security, sometimes going to events with them and you have this guy with these big guns walking along with you and going, who's this? Oh, it's just a friend of mine. Just a friend of mine. Do you know his name? No, but he's a friend of mine. And he's going to follow us around as we go around an event in the constituency together. And I just think, what would she think of where we are today? Yeah. We talked a lot about how women of all backgrounds, needed to be in this place because it was the only way we were going to make our politics better. And it's something so many of us have fought to achieve. And yet we've brought women to this place and we've told them, you need to put up with the crap that we're putting up with. Apologies, sorry, that's not the best language. And it's from social media to what we do to protect our children, to the fact that we can't be as open and as available as we all want to be. I get criticized all the time for not having my surgeries in the middle of an ASDA. And I keep saying, I can't. Yes, you need an appointment. You can't just come in and see me. You can't just walk into my office, because my team, who is again a bunch of amazing women, what does that say about our politics? We'd all love to be more open.
Yeah.
We would all love to be more inclusive.
Yeah.
We would all love to be able to feel safe popping up anywhere in our constituency, and we can't. It goes against everything that Jo and I believe a good MP, a good public servant should be. And I struggle with it all the time. But I think she'd love Milton Keynes. Not just because we're quirky and weird, and she was a bit quirky and weird, and, you know, new technology and delivery of groceries, but because we're a city that is not afraid to stand up and say that diversity is our strength. Diversity is what makes us the capital of innovation in this country. Diversity is something we celebrate throughout the summer with festivals for diaspora communities, and that everybody is included. And we will be doing a great get-together, the MK Great Get-Together. It is a picnic where everyone is invited. Bring a blanket. If you have food, and you can bring food, bring food. If you have enough to bring food for others, bring food to share with others. Share the best cooking from your mum. Share the best cooking that you know from your communities. And let's just come together and celebrate our amazing city of Milton Keynes. I do want to finish on the fact I knew her best as a mum. And I want her to know that while her legacy lives on in so many places, her legacy also lives on in our joint NCT groups that have come together. We continue to have girls' nights out, girls' weekends away. The dads have a beer club. They're not as good as organising themselves. We still have joint birthday parties. We still go away for wits and recess to a Eurocamp somewhere. And her voice and her memory is never forgotten in those spaces. And inevitably, as we're sitting there as a bunch of mums drinking wine, her name comes up. Inevitably, something triggers. It could be about anything. She was a brilliant mum, and she did what all brilliant mums do, which is try to be an example to her children and to be supportive of all the other mums. And on behalf of Faye and Tracy and Karen and Sarah and Hannah and Claire and others from our NCT, they asked me to say this, that her passion brought people together, not just in the country, but as mums. Her sense of community and the cohesion which she expounded is why her death felt even more traumatic. So I want to thank her sister and my friend, the MP for Batley and Spen, for always letting us remember her with positivity, not with anger, with a gumption to go. That doesn't mean we're all going to run with you.
Or do exercise.
But it is because of you and your family and your parents, and God knows what they fed you for breakfast, but whatever it was, it should be in those free breakfast clubs that we have across the country, because, boy, are you two amazing. Yeah. And you are supporting us to be the amazing MPs that we can be, and we are all supporting that next generation to say this is not what politics is about, this is not what our country is about, and we are better than this because we are more united and we have more in common than which divides us.
Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an incredible honour to speak today in this debate on the life and legacy of Jo Cox, and particularly challenging to follow my honourable friend the member for Milton Keynes Central and her incredibly moving words. It just makes all of those of us who maybe weren't Jo's best friends incredibly jealous. But also, I think we all can recognise that close sisterhood that we have with our closest friends. I want to, as everyone has done, put on record my thanks to my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, not just for securing today's debate, but just for what an amazing, wonderful sister you are, and how you've welcomed those of us, particularly in the later intake of MPs, as somebody who, of course, came in 2024. And I think legacy is often a concept that's hard to distinguish, but with Jo, I believe her legacy is tangible because of the way she chose to conduct herself and lead her life. It has had a lasting impact, not just on this place, as we've heard today, but in our communities up and down the country and across the globe. I will never forget the first constituency Labour Party event that I attended. It was an event, fortunately, not a CLP meeting on a Friday night. It was an event for women. Because maybe I wouldn't have gone back. It was an event for women that Jo hosted on her boat before she was elected. And true to who she was, it provided an inclusive, empowering and welcoming space for women like me who were just seeking to understand how we could bring change to our communities. And today, more than ever, we need to be the change by creating those spaces when so much in the political discourse is desperately seeking to intimidate and put women and minority groups off. Jo lived by the words she expressed in her maiden speech that we've heard so often today. We are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us. It can be hard to hold on to that truth given the division and vitriol we have seen expressed on our streets, in our media and online, but hold on to it we must, as forces seek to polarise us further away from each other in a most un-British way. Like Jo's constituency of Batley and Spen, Hyndburn is also a diverse community with a significant community who come from or have connections still with Kashmir. It's made up of a number of towns, but it's a place where people often feel ignored and forgotten, and where the simple blaming of others can be a tempting answer to the far more complex questions that we know our society faces. In many ways, we are more connected than we have ever been before, but just as profoundly, we are more disconnected than ever before. The ONS survey in 2025 found that about 40% of 16 to 29-year-olds have felt lonely at times. And that is while they supposedly have the world in their back pockets or in their hands, right on view. I believe this sense of feeling alone has increased as for connection to bring people together, to heal mistrust, to clean up untruths, identify the commonalities and common purpose between people and groups. It must be grounded in relationship, which the online world does not enable well. People hide behind a keyboard or anonymity and say things that cause huge amounts of hurt and harm, while bots and algorithms push myths and disinformation with no regard for facts. Due to the growth of social media, everyone can now be publishers. We can share our opinions from behind a keyboard, even opinions we don't truly believe. And with the development of AI, we can also all be producers. But unity and authentic cohesion is built on listening, engaging, breaking bread together, and enjoying being with each other. Much of how we communicate and trust our fellow human beings is by being there in person and showing up, to understand our differences and find our common ground. As MPs, we all know community can and will be messy, but it is wonderfully messy as people from all walks of life come together and find out that against all the evidence to the contrary, perpetuated online and through the media, that our hopes, values and convictions are often similar, if not just the same. Community is also where disagreements can be resolved with respectful dialogue. A healthy society and democracy depends on our ability to bridge differences, to find common ground and move forward together rather than apart. But too often, we see disagreements framed as moral conflicts that demand people choose sides, all or nothing. This kind of polarisation pushes us into opposing camps and makes it harder to recognise our shared values and aspirations. A recent report by Hope Not Hate found that the far right are seeking to engage young people, particularly boys and young men, by using platform algorithms to guide them towards increasingly insular spaces where extremist views are reinforced and intensified. And the same approach, of course, exists on the far left, often targeting young women and girls. This perpetuating sense of polarisation on moral grounds and targeting people who are actually just desperate for a sense of belonging and an understanding of this world. Online harm is a real threat, with nearly 3/4 of my constituents also stating that they recognise that boys and girls are being subjected to those different forms of online harms. And tech companies must do more to protect our young people and our older people, frankly. And I urge our government to be bold and brave, to make sure that they do what is required of them, both morally and legally. Since I became an MP, I've been supporting my constituent Debbie Duncan following the tragic death of her son Jay while he was on holiday in Tenerife. Since those heartbreaking events, Debbie has been hounded by what we have termed tragedy trollers, content creators seeking to capitalise on her grief by promoting disinformation, conspiracy theories, and actual threats of violence. This has caused harm while Debbie has been navigating the worst nightmare that any parent could possibly face. We must take on the assumption that anyone is fair game online, and especially those serving in public life. But Debbie did not ask for any public attention, let alone the limelight. She is now bravely campaigning to see that action is taken against these trolls and the platforms to ensure no family would have to face this sort of abuse at the worst moment of their lives. And I know my honourable friend for Spen Valley and the wider family of Jo also faced this type of abuse following Jo's death, and it is unforgivable and morally indefensible. I hope that the government will take action on this and the wider issue of misinformation, because the risk that the rise in misinformation poses to our communities and to our democracy cannot be ignored. We must all choose to confront the climate of hostility, division and malevolence that allows this online practice to fester, and which also falsely claims to offer to our young people a sense of belonging or empowerment. If there is a key lesson we can take from Jo's life, and there are many, of course, it is that hope is not passive. It is something we build through action, through service, and through our commitment to one another. At a time when forces seek to divide us, we must honour her legacy, not simply by remembering her words, but by living them, choosing dialogue over hostility, community over isolation, and common purpose over division. She believed a fairer, kinder, more tolerant world was possible, and it is the most fitting tribute to ensure both our words and our actions take us closer to that reality.
And that brings us to the front bench contributions. With the leave of the House, Sir Andrew Mitchell.
With the leave of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been an interesting, important and at times very moving debate as we commemorate the life, causes and work of our great friend and honourable friend, Jo Cox, and how we take her work and her inspiration forward. And there have been many great speeches with some very consistent warnings, themes and concerns and important agendas which all of us should be pursuing. If I may start with the speech by the Honourable Lady for Spen Valley. She reminded us that, as well as a politician, her sister was and a figure in public life, her sister was also a mother of a brilliant family, daughter, sister, mother, and we remember today how much that family has suffered and how much they have contributed to our country as her legacy. And it's so good to hear the news which she told the House about Jo's children, Kulin and Layla. She made an absolutely superb speech, which I think really placed this debate today in the position it needed to be. The Honourable Member for Mid Dunbartonshire underlined the importance of the work tackling loneliness, and my neighbour, the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley, brought brummy good sense to the debate. We always enjoy her contributions in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield. And she set out the importance of friendship and family, and above all, the importance of political courage. The member for Brighton Pavilion spoke eloquently about Jo's leadership on the huge value of building united communities. And the member for Ilford North, the Right Honourable gentleman, in a speech which was uplifting and will, I have no doubt, be carefully parsed by his whip's office, who will look at his speech with particular interest. But he spoke up for more in common, emphasising that it does not mean we all have to agree, but it's important that we know how to disagree in the appropriate manner. He made the point far better than me that although the media focus on our divisions in this place, there's an awful lot of harmony, agreement and close working together, which does indeed get things done. The Honourable Member for Dewsbury and Batley emphasised the importance of confronting reckless and inflammatory language and those who enable it to be spread, a most important point which occurred a number of times during the debate. The member for Neath and Swansea East called for more Joes and made a lovely speech, and the member for Oldham West, Chatterton and Royton emphasised the importance of simple courtesy and much more, both in the House and in the politics outside. The member for Llanelli made an important speech on the need to focus on safety online and also tackling loneliness. And I want to thank her and others too for the very nice comments they made about our friend and colleague Sir David Amos. The member for Bethnal Green and Stepney, who has made such a contribution to cross-party work on international development, made a most important point that the sheer personal cost of coming into politics and Parliament today, particularly for women, has risen hugely. And as parliamentarians, to protect future generations and ensure their interest, commitment and ambition, we need to focus on that in our time. The Honourable Lady for Brent East entertained the House with her drinking stories. We are all relieved to see that she managed to get home in the Right Honourable Member for Ilford North's kindly arranged taxi. She spoke... Yes, I will give way.
I finally understand why my rating is slightly below 5 stars.
The House will have heard the Right Honourable Gentleman's comments. The Honourable Lady for Brent East spoke about her work doing battle on the radio show of the excellent Ian Dale, a highly respected broadcaster, against the evil side of social media, and we should all thank her for that. The Honourable Member for Poplar and Limehouse, in a most important contribution, spoke about the excellent work on projects that she had done with the Jo Cox Foundation. She told us of the appalling abuse she has faced, which on behalf of His Majesty's Opposition I want to condemn in the strongest possible terms today from the dispatch box, and across the House we salute her bravery. The Honourable Member for Portsmouth North talked about Jo's Foundation and the Jo Cox Leadership Campaign and the agenda for change and the need for all of us to stand against targeted abuse, threats and hatred. And she reminded the House of the horrific level of threats faced by candidates in the 2024 general election, giving the House the independent figures that have been collated. And we must ensure collectively that this is never allowed to happen again. The member for North West Leicestershire talked compellingly about the work of the Jo Cox Foundation and its impact in her constituency and the importance of continuing to build on that locally, while the member for Edinburgh South West revealed the diversity of political view, at least at one time, in the Arthur family, something the Mitchell family would recognise. And He said there hadn't been much pushback on the international development cuts in this place, and I invite him to join me and others across the House in campaigning to change that, in the certain knowledge that Jo Cox would have thoroughly approved of our taking up that cause with very great vigour, and will be delighted that we've done so. The Honourable Lady for Milton Keynes Central entertained the House with stories of her and Jo's pregnancy and their work together as mums, and her efforts to make the House more friendly to mums and children. I must tell the House that back in 1988, it was I and the member for Chelmsford, Simon Burns, who finally persuaded the House authorities to allow 2 high chairs to be placed in the cafeteria downstairs, what was then called the Strangers' Cafeteria, so that we could bring our children in for tea once a week on a Tuesday. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Hyndburn talked about the force of Jo's legacy because of her example and the way in which she conducted herself. She made the interesting point that we are both more connected and more disconnected than ever before, and she talked of the hurt so often caused by keyboard warriors who behave in a way they never would if they were held to account. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's my pleasure to add my voice on behalf of the opposition to the important points and the spirit of unity and community which have characterised this excellent debate.
Minister Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With leave of the House, I will now close the debate for the Government. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I respond to the points that have been made, I just want to make one very brief point, which is to thank all of those who participated in the Speaker's Conference on Security. And also, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, just put on the record, perhaps on behalf of all of us, our thanks to all of those who participate in Operation Bridger to keep Member of Parliaments safe, and all of those who look after us on the estate. On the way into this debate, I spoke to a few of the doorkeepers who looked after us in the days after Jo was killed, and I know that they'll be thinking with poignancy about this day today, just as much as all of us inside this chamber are. So I just want to put on the record my thanks on behalf of the Government. I also want to agree with colleagues who said that today we're thinking of Sir David Amos's family as well, and knowing what a difference Sir David made right across this chamber, being a great parliamentarian as he was. I would like to thank all members who've contributed to the debate, not least my friend, the member for the Royal Town of Sutton Coldfield, as I have learnt to call it. He and I missed the West Midlands joke there. He and I worked together after Jo was murdered and since, and I think in his participation in the debate today, Madam Deputy Speaker, he has truly earned his stripes as an honorary sister.
That point, would an honourable member give way?
I will give way very, very briefly. I was particularly taken by his addition of the high chairs, which we will all welcome.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I just want to put on record my appreciation not only for the incredible work that Jo did for the people of Syria, but also the incredible work that the Minister and the opposition member did on Syria after she was murdered. They really took forward that cause in a moment when they were both experiencing great grief from Jo's murder, and the Syrian people are very, very grateful for the work that both Jo did and the work that you continue to do during that very difficult period.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I truly thank the honourable gentleman for saying that, and agree with what he said about the importance of that issue. Of course, we all must thank the member for Spen Valley. Words don't feel like enough to describe the manner in which she has carried her sister's legacy forward. She's made this house a far better place than it ever could have been without her. And I hope that she's felt the love today. The member for Dunbartonshire talked about community, as so many did. My friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley, nearly got away with making a speech without dropping herself in it. But she talked most powerfully about friendship and the loneliness that we feel, to which Jo was a singular antidote. And I thank her for that and for her friendship. The member for Brighton Pavilion, I was glad that she spoke about her predecessor, and I know that she's carrying forward the work of Caroline Lucas in that same spirit. The member for Ilford North talked about our country, and I'm glad he did so, but he also mentioned his very personal experience of losing Jo for the first time. And I think that it's important that we are able, in our grief, to recognise that part of that grief does come from love, and the love we have for each other, and that it's okay to talk about that. The member for Dewsbury and Batley, who's not in his place, talked about being a good parliamentarian, and that's important for us all. The member for Neath and Swansea East talked about the 2015 intake. As a 2010er, I now feel like I missed out after listening to you all. Likewise, the member for Oldham, West Cheddarton and Royton, another 2015er. I mean, I literally have never felt more disappointed to have been elected 5 years earlier. The member for Llanelli talked about the Llanelli Great Get Together, which sound wonderful. My fellow 2010er, the member for Bethnal Green, and Stepney knows about this subject more than most, and I am proud of her today, as I am every single day. The member for Brent East, respect. That's all I can say. The member for Poplar and Limehouse, we all support you and the way in which that you speak up, and agree with so much of what you said. The member for Portsmouth North told us about the Pompey Bells, which I'm personally very excited about. The member for North West Leicestershire sounds like she's done amazing things on loneliness in Leicestershire. And can I say to the member for Edinburgh South West, please do give Evie my best. Yeah. Cracking speech, well done. The member for Milton Keynes Central, it was wonderful to hear your story of friendship with Jo too. I know that Jo's legacy isn't just here in this country, but right around every corner of this world, and it's wonderful to hear that. The member for Hyndburn too, showing just what an impact Jo had in every way to bring women forward in our politics. And I think through all of these contributions, we have heard about the length and breadth and depth of Jo's legacy and why we need it now. If I can just find my right bit of paper. I want to say just one slightly party political point, which is that I am sorry that Jo is not here with us to see this Labour government elected, because whilst the theme of much of today's debate has had a cross-party spirit, and rightly so, Jo was Labour to her core. Her love and determination is in all of her friends here on this side. She was a feisty feminist and the first elected chair of the Labour Women's Network, and she would have been so proud of all of the graduates of the Jo Cox Women and Leadership programme. Now, there are 18 of them in this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I won't read them all out for reasons of time, but they are an incredibly impressive girl gang, and I wouldn't mess with any of them. So I also like to think that Jo would have approved of our work on stopping violence against women and girls. As a campaigner for children, and having spoken here in this House on her educational attainment in her Yorkshire home, I suspect she would have liked free school meals, new playgrounds, and the child poverty strategy to lift 500,000 children out of poverty, and the investment in schools that we're making. And I just want to relay some words from the Foreign Secretary, who said that thinking of Jo today as a West Yorkshire neighbour and friend, she recalls that Jo was a true force of nature. She radiated purpose and determination, and also a sheer delight in the joy of life, which is why it's so devastating she lost her life so young. Our first female Chancellor of the Exchequer added that after Jo died, that the Chancellor said in the debate that it now falls on all our shoulders to take forward Jo's work, and we have. And most of all, the member for Spen Valley. What Jo might have made about the fact that my party is yet to elect a woman as its leader, I cannot say, Madam Deputy Speaker. She was a proud trade union member and would have relished voting for new rights at work along with the rest of us. But we will remember that on the 16th of June 2026, next week, it will be 10 years since Jo Cox was murdered in her constituency. And we have all remembered that her words forever etched onto the body of the chamber, and above it her coat of arms, to the left of the Speaker's chair there, her children who designed it with intertwined Yorkshire and Lancashire roses, a mountain and the colours of the women's suffrage movement. The words underneath, more in common, have become a political movement amongst us all who believe that the idea of community comes from our values and not where we happen to be born or what we happen to believe. At this moment, when some politicians stir division and hate, Jo's legacy has never been more important. In the aftermath of her killing, people were inspired not just by what she did, but how. She recognised that the curse of loneliness unites us all because it could happen to us all. She saw the value in physical activity that would provide a language and connection, however different people thought that they were. And her activism for Syrian civilians united and corralled people of all political persuasions, and none. Because there is nothing more obvious, Madam Deputy Speaker, and uniting than the fact that children made homeless by falling bombs should have a roof put over their heads. And this type of politics has never been needed more 10 years after she was murdered. If democracy is to succeed at all, it has to be on the basis that it's for all to participate in. Stirring up fear tells people that politics is just for the powerful, just for those who can tolerate abuse or worse. That's not democracy, that's politics by intimidation, and that is the law of the bully. 10 years after Jo was murdered, more in common cannot just be words on that wall. It has to be the operating principle for all of us who want to sit in the House of Commons. It is the standard we hold ourselves to. It's not just a nice idea. 10 years have passed, but in that time, the arguments Jo made have only strengthened in their case. We desperately need people in every part of the UK to feel a part of their community. And the hateful rhetoric, now rife, can only be stopped with a proud campaign inspired by her and all she stood for, to support our diversity and the idea that we are equally part of our country, deserving to be heard. That campaign is this. Number one, do not hate. You do not need to hate anybody. And as the member for Spen Valley said earlier, as apparently they say in Yorkshire, if you can't say anything good, keep your gob shut. Yeah. Number two, be a neighbour. Go to the coffee morning. Volunteer. Join the sports team. Number three, be brave. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am different to Jo. Jo was the life and soul of the party. I'm the one at the party in the kitchen talking about econometrics. I never felt her instinctive ability when faced with the challenge to just say yes, just go for it. Just as my friend for Yardley reminded me this morning, just jump in at the deep end and find the shallows afterwards. But I learnt from her, be brave. That's how you get things done in politics. And finally, the fourth part of this campaign has to be for all of us to fight for our country. The United Kingdom is full of wonderful and good people. They need homes and jobs and to have some joy in life. They do not need bitterness. They do not need hate. They need Jo's love. And if there is a fight to be had in this country, it's a fight for that.
Yeah. The question is that this House has considered the brilliant legacy of Jo Cox. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
On a point of order.
Point of order, Mark Francois.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, an honourable man has resigned on a matter of principle from a government in disarray. The former Defence Secretary, as he now is, has resigned over the government's continuous failure to publish the Defence Investment Plan or even to fund it. In his letter to the Prime Minister, he said, "Your DIP financial settlement, which I was first given in full on Monday afternoon this week, falls well short of what is required for defence in the country at this dangerous time." He went on, "It rises to just 2.68% of GDP in 2030, 4 years from now." Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a war in Ukraine, continuing instability in the Middle East, and the Department in total limbo. The man with day-to-day responsibility for overseeing this nation's defence has just quit. So have you, ma'am, been given any indication that the government will come to this House before we rise at the conclusion of business today and make a statement on the chaotic situation who is now in charge of the Ministry of Defence? Similarly, have you been given any indication as to when the government will now, finally, at last, publish the Defence Investment Plan, which is essential for the security of this country? As the first duty of government, above all others, is the defence of the realm, they must now surely come to this House in the next few hours and explain how this dreadful situation will somehow be rectified.
Hear, hear.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving notice of his point of order? I have not been informed that the government wishes to make a statement on this matter or about the timetable for publication of the Defence Investment Plan, but the government front bench will have noted what the right honourable member has said this afternoon. Point of order, Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would just start by briefly putting on the record my thoughts on the heartfelt contributions on the discussion about Jo Cox today, which is and the comments there. Today, though, on my point of order, I'd like to highlight Rasika, who is a care worker serving our community, and Shamila, his wife, is a teaching assistant in Northchurch, helping children with special educational needs while also volunteering at the local church. My constituents have built a life in my constituency for 4 years, doing everything right, yet the Home Office have told Shamila and their 3 young children they must return to Sri Lanka within 14 days. The community has rallied around them, but have been in absolute disbelief, with one saying the family are so kind, good, hard-working, intelligent, hard-working people. But they are the frontline workers and pillars of our community, and I am horrified to see this is the Britain they know and they don't feel welcome. I've written to the Immigration Minister and I would love to have the advice from the Deputy Speaker about how we can get urgent, secure urgent action from the Minister and the Home Office to reassure this family, to find a resolution for their case on behalf of them and also many who may face the same situation.
Can I thank the honourable member for having given notice of her point of order? The government front bench will have heard the point that she has made. This, of course, is not a matter for the chair, but can I suggest that she consults the table office to explore the other mechanisms in which she can pursue this matter further?
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Joe Powell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sunday is the 9th anniversary of the Grenfell Tower fire. With thousands of others, I will join the silent walk on Father's Day to remember the 72 people who lost their lives in an entirely preventable and foreseen tragedy, and to support families who lost parents, siblings, children in unimaginable circumstances. I know for bereaved and survivors and for our community in Kensington and Bayswater, this is always a difficult time, because 9 years on, no criminal accountability for those responsible has happened. 9 years on, the pace of change at local government and national level is too often too slow. 9 years on, the cladding crisis is still affecting hundreds of thousands around the country. So I pay tribute to all of those who continue to advocate for truth, justice and change for Grenfell, and to everyone around the country affected by this national scandal. But it would be a mistake to give up hope. The Metropolitan Police said last month that they will hand over files to the Crown Prosecution Service in September this year, and that the CPS will make charging decisions by the 10th anniversary in 2027. 20 organisations and 57 individuals could face criminal charges, and potential offences under consideration include corporate manslaughter, gross negligence manslaughter, fraud, health and safety breaches, and misconduct in public office.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Justice delayed is justice denied. It's great that the Met has now come to this position. Does my honourable friend agree with me that we should try and ensure that these cases are fast-tracked in our criminal system so that justice can now be speeded up?
thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and she is absolutely right. We have seen in recent history where events of national significance, from Southport to recent disturbances on our streets, where the criminal justice system has moved really quickly because of the importance of showing that justice is seen to be done. And I really hope that once the CPS have made their decisions, we'll do everything we can to ensure that the court capacity is in place to deliver those trials as soon as possible. And I hope the Minister can reassure us that the investigation will continue to be fully funded and that planning is already taking place with the judiciary and the Ministry of Justice so that those cases are prioritised. And if those trials do take place, which I obviously hope they will be some of the most complex ever held in the UK. So I hope consideration is also given to a special court or a Nightingale-style court, which is something I know has been looked at the moment. And of course, corporate manslaughter convictions are incredibly rare, so it is essential that those responsible face the full force of the law. I also believe it's completely wrong for any company cited in the public inquiry to still be receiving public contracts. In December, I uncovered dozens of contracts with implicated companies, including 2 current NHS contracts with Ryden, the main contractor for the refurbishment, who was cited in the public inquiry. So again, I urge all public bodies to do a full audit of their contracts, including subcontractors and supply chains, and publish exactly what they find. It's good news that this government has introduced new powers to exclude companies on grounds such as professional misconduct, and now is the time for procurement officers to start using them. Of course, we have already had a public inquiry that has laid out in stark terms why the fire happened and where responsibility lies. And I'm glad that this government has accepted the recommendations in full and important progress is being made. It is important not to forget that. The last report shows that 20 of 61 recommendations are complete and 40 are in progress. And I'm glad to see those include progress towards a single construction regulator, the expansion of product regulation, the introduction of residential personal emergency evacuation plans, the idea of a College of Fire and Rescue, and proposed changes to the statutory fire safety guidance in approved document B. I'm also pleased that under Lord Rowe, in the other place, the performance of the building safety regulator is improving, including signing off remediation works quicker. And I welcome the remediation bill in the King's Speech that I look forward to engaging on in this parliamentary session, so that we can address the outstanding unremediated buildings and also the knock-on effects, for example, crippling insurance bills for leaseholders. But while I acknowledge all this progress, there is one missing piece of the jigsaw, and that is on oversight and accountability. The online tracker for Grenfell recommendations is no doubt helpful, but Grenfell would not have happened at all if we properly learned the lessons from the Lakanal House fire in 2009 and listened to the coroner's recommendations. Instead, they sat on a shelf and an opportunity to save lives was missed. We need a proper system of tracking and following up, not just on major inquiries that get a lot of attention here, but all the inquests and investigations that lead to recommendations for change. And that's why I continue to support the idea of a national oversight mechanism as a legacy for Grenfell. On the 25th of February, the Secretary of State said in this House, in answer to my question, that work is continuing across government, including in my department, on setting up a national oversight mechanism. So I hope the Minister can provide us with an update on that work and when we can expect a decision to be made. And a mechanism like this would sit alongside the Public Accountability Bill, or the Hillsborough Law, which I hope we'll see back here soon, as landmark reforms that put power in the hands of citizens with a real duty of candour for the state, a level playing field for legal aid, and clear deterrence for misconduct in public office. In my view, if we design these well, they will lead to fewer and shorter inquiries, more rapid lesson learning by the state, and a culture shift towards openness that can contribute to rebuilding trust in politics and government in this country. And that culture shift that we need extends to the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea too. I am deeply disappointed that the first decision of the new council term last month for the Conservative leadership of the council was to remove an opposition chair of the Housing Scrutiny Committee. Since Grenfell, that position has been promised to an opposition councillor, and it's still unclear to me why or how that decision was taken. Because avoiding scrutiny, especially for this council, so culpable for the fire, is an extremely bad look, and I call on the leadership to think again and reverse that decision. Because residents in RBKC know that the council needs scrutiny. The independent regulator of social housing reported last year that the housing department is seriously failing with a C3 rating. The council has the third worst complaints record in the country. They like to say, we get the basics right. Well, surely meeting the decent home standard so that everyone can have a minimum of a safe and healthy home is a basic human right that any council should be delivering. And the Lancaster West estate surrounding Grenfell is a good example of this. The promise after the fire was for a model 21st century housing estate, and that promise is still unfulfilled. So I'm glad the government has stepped in with an additional £8 million to ensure there are no further delays to the current work, and that they will come alongside additional scrutiny on how that money is spent. And I hope the Minister can provide more details on how residents can be involved in this, including leaseholders and others, so that new oversight can be shaped by them and they have confidence in the arrangement. And I'm also pleased that we saw the extension of support to NHS services through the period of the deconstruction of the tower, where there are, of course, acute risks of mental health issues, and extended support for 5 local primary schools to provide trauma-informed education around the community. Madam Deputy Speaker, my final point is a simple one. With the passage of time, we cannot allow a return to business as usual before the fire. Already, we hear rumbles from parts of the construction industry and even, shamefully, some political parties that Grenfell is somehow responsible for the slowdown in house building, or that fire safety is a trade-off worth considering. Now, there will always be policy choices for local and national government to make, but putting life at risk should not be a trade-off we accept. So I hope we can work together with empathy and respect, something I suspect Jo Cox would have wanted, and ensure the legacy of Grenfell is that everyone in this country, regardless of class, race, geography or age, lives in a safe and healthy home.
Minister Samantha Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I'd like to thank my honourable friend for Kensington and Bayswater for raising this really, truly important issue. The 9th anniversary of the Grenfell Tower tragedy will be, above all else, a day of remembrance shaped by loss, by love and by the enduring strength of this community. Can I begin by acknowledging the survivors and the relatives of those who died at Grenfell Tower? I know they have the deepest sympathies of the whole House and our most profound respect. The fire at Grenfell Tower, which claimed 72 innocent lives, was a national tragedy and a scandalous chapter in British history. We will never forget what happened that night, and we must make sure nothing like it can ever happen again. I recognise how each anniversary is intensely personal and deeply painful for bereaved families, survivors and the wider community. And I'm also struck every day by the grit and the resilience of this courageous community, not least in the way it leads the commemorations. The government will continue to be guided by the community and honour its voice. As I'm sure my honourable friend appreciates, it's right that the community shapes how the day is marked and that we stand alongside in support. I've had the privilege of meeting many members of the Grenfell community, and I carry with me a lasting impression of their strength and determination. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge the concerns that have been raised about justice and respond to them briefly. This government recognises the importance of justice and acknowledges too that it remains a central concern for the community. In the light of recent announcements, I want to respond to those concerns. The Metropolitan Police has been investigating the Grenfell Tower tragedy since June 2017. It's one of the largest and most legally complex investigations the Met has ever conducted, with around 220 officers and staff dedicated to the investigation. Those responsible must be held to account, and we fully support the Met in their important work, which must remain independent. We also remain supportive to the wider government involvement, including the Home Office, the Ministry of Justice, and I know on a cross-government basis we're focused on ensuring that justice is served. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're mindful of this community's enduring spirit at a time of continued change at the Grenfell Tower site. This government will continue to support bereaved families and survivors and the local community, and to work with the independent Grenfell Tower Memorial Commission to create a memorial worthy of those we remember. The Grenfell Tower Memorial Expenditure Act is now in force, providing the statutory authority needed to take forward the construction of the memorial and to ensure its long-term care. The design team, Free House, is working with bereaved families, survivors and the local community to help shape the memorial. It's right that the voices of those most affected by the tragedy remain central to these decisions, guiding what comes next. The memorial will honour those who lost their lives and all those whose lives were changed forever. It will be a place for people to remember, to reflect and to pay their respects. This anniversary reminds us of our shared responsibility to honour the dead and to make sure Grenfell's legacy is shaped by those most directly affected. And it's in that spirit, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I now turn to what this government is doing to make sure that such a tragedy can never happen again. As I set out in my recent written statement to the House alongside the May 2026 Grenfell Tower Inquiry Progress Report, the tragedy exposed deep and long-standing failures in the systems that were meant to keep people safe. The loss of 72 lives was a profound and preventable failure of oversight and accountability by industry, successive governments and regulators. Bereaved families, survivors and the community continue to remind us of the human cost of those failures and of the need for lasting change. The government has accepted the inquiry's findings and is taking forward reforms to build a stronger and more accountable building safety system. Since February 2025, we've completed 21 of the inquiry's recommendations and we remain on track to deliver all recommendations by the end of 2029. We recognise that too often inquiry recommendations have been made and accepted but not implemented, and we're determined that that will not be the case here. We're continuing to explore ways to improve transparency and accountability so the public can see the government is following through on its commitments. We accepted the Grenfell Tower Inquiry's recommendation to maintain a public record of recommendations made by inquiries. This tracker was published on gov.uk last summer and shows the progress made on implementing recommendations from 2024 onwards. It will be regularly updated and expanded to capture new inquiries as they conclude. I note my honourable friend's comments concerning the National Oversight Mechanism, and I know how important this is to the bereaved and survivors, notably Grenfell United. The Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee is also conducting an inquiry into this issue. We welcome this work and have submitted evidence to support the committee's inquiry. The government's been clear that supplier exclusion must be carried out in line with the Procurement Act 2023 and must not jeopardise the ongoing criminal investigation. The pause doesn't prevent the Cabinet Office from resuming or undertaking future debarment investigations. In the interim, we've taken steps to stop senior officials and ministers associating with the 7 most highly criticised companies in the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 2 report. Across government, ministers and officials will no longer share platforms with these firms. As the Secretary of State set out to Parliament earlier this year, remediation remains a central priority, and in the King's speech we set out our commitment to bring forward the Remediation of Unsafe Cladding Bill, a decisive step towards fixing the cladding crisis and making sure those responsible are held to account. We'll introduce a new legal duty to remediate, requiring those responsible to identify and fix unsafe cladding promptly or risk criminal prosecution. And where they don't act, a new remediation backstop will allow a third party to step in and carry out the work. Each building made safe means fewer families left waiting and real progress in helping people move on with their lives. We'll never forget those we lost, and we remain focused on making sure that such a tragedy never happens again. Grenfell was the result of deep and widespread failings, and it's our responsibility to address them. And as we continue with these efforts, Madam Deputy Speaker, we remain firmly committed to supporting the Grenfell community. We recognise the profound impact of the tragedy on the whole community, and in particular on children and young people. Working with the Department for Education, we've provided over £800,000 in additional funding to support the physical health and emotional well-being of children and young people in schools serving the Grenfell community as the tower is carefully taken down. This is alongside a further £8 million provided by the Department of Health and Social Care to support the physical health and well-being of the community during this period. Our thoughts are also with the residents living in the community around Grenfell Tower. They deserve safe, high-quality homes. Refurbishment work on the Lancaster West estate, led by the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea and supported by further government funding, will make a real difference. That work must be shaped by the views of residents themselves. They know their community best. We expect swift progress from RBKC in response to the C3 regulatory judgment by the Regulator of Social Housing, and the regulator continues to engage intensively with RBKC on its improvement activities. I'm concerned to hear my honourable friend's comments about the change in RBK's scrutiny arrangements, and will seek further advice about that. In addition, we'll continue to explore stronger and more independent oversight to make sure RBKC sets the standard of what an exemplar council should be, and that homes are delivered to the standard and at the pace people rightly expect. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I come to a close, I acknowledge that I am the latest in a long line of government ministers who has had the responsibility for the government's response to the tragedy and the recommendations from the inquiry. And I acknowledge that this is hard and difficult. So I want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Kensington and Bayswater, for the tenacity and the constancy that he has shown to the community he represents with such determination. As we look ahead to the future of the homes and the community around Grenfell, we are reminded once again of the strength shown in how people come together to remember, to support one another, and to make sure those lost are never forgotten. That strength must also guide us, and I pledge to this House we will continue with determination, guided by those most effective, so the legacy of Grenfell is one of lasting change. Thank you.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Order, order.